We're about to get started about 6:30. Anybody who's just arrived and has not filled out a green card, there's a green card, and it can be for whatever topic you want, or it could be for 11A. And you can either put down in favor or oppose, and then you can also put down if you want to speak or not speak. So make sure you turn a card in. Good evening. The Planning Commission meeting of May 4th, 2022 will come to order. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Secretary will call roll.
Commissioner Hodge.
Here.
Commissioner Mann is absent. Commissioner Gray.
Here.
Vice Chairperson Rice.
Here.
Chairperson Tolson.
Here. May I have a motion for approval of the agenda?
Move to approve the agenda.
Second.
A motion was made by Commissioner Hodge and a second by Commissioner Gray. Unless there are any objections, the agenda stands approved. May I have a motion for approval of the minutes?
Move to approve the minutes of March 9th, 2022.
Second.
A motion was made by Vice Chairperson Rice and a second by Commissioner Hodge. Unless there are any objections, the minutes are approved. The Secretary will read the declaration of conflict.
If any member of the Planning Commission may have a conflict of interest or any reason why that member must abstain from consideration of any matter on this agenda, he or she should so declare at this time.
Are there any declarations of conflict? Having none, we will move forward. This is the time allotted for public statements or comments on all items other than public hearing items. Is there anyone in the chamber wishing to be heard on anything other than what's on our agenda? Is there any correspondence from the Deputy Director, City Planner?
Yes, Chairman Tolson. In addition to the supplemental agenda item for 11A1 you received in your packet last week, we provided you a supplemental agenda item document for your review tonight regarding item 11A1, correspondence received regarding the tonight's project.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion for approval of the consent calendar?
I move to approve the consent
Oh,
calendar.
there's no items for the consent calendar. Sorry about that. We will move forward. Here we go. This is the time and place set for a public hearing on the consideration of PD-S-2021-007. Therefore, are there any ex parte communications to report?
Yes.
Yes.
You want to share what those were?
Yeah, actually, I went out to the site, but I also had been contacted by a resident of Simi Valley and somebody that lives in the complex, just wanting to know whether or not I was going to go and visit the site, which I did.
Perfect.
And I met on Sunday with Mr. Ross, who lives next to this project.
Perfect.
Yes, this morning I spoke with Mr. Ross by telephone, Jerry Ross by telephone.
And I spoke to Jerry Ross on Saturday, and I think maybe on the phone another time, just resident. May I have an oral report on this matter by staff?
Yes, Chairman Tolson, members of the Planning Commission. Tonight's item will be presented by Associate Planner Elizabeth Richardson, and she could begin the presentation.
Good evening. Tonight we are reviewing a request for a modification to an approved plan development permit at the Simi Country Mobile Home Estates. The project site is located within the Simi Country Mobile Home Estates, located at the end of Rory Lane, just east of the intersection of Yosemite Avenue and East LA Avenue. The project site is located in the mobile home zone and has a land use designation of mobile home. The project being reviewed tonight is for the construction of solar carports and installation of solar panels in 2 locations of the mobile home park. The total installation area is 36,212 square feet and includes the area near the mobile home park clubhouse and within the park's RV storage area. A total of 1,153 solar panels will be installed to generate energy for the residents of the park. New landscaping is proposed in a 5-foot planting strip along the northern property line in the RV storage area. There will be no loss in the total number of parking spaces for the park. The solar carport structures are located in 2 areas in the mobile home park. The first location is by the clubhouse, where the carports and solar panels have already been constructed with permits issued from the California Department of Housing and Community Development, otherwise known as HCD. The second location is in the mobile home park's RV parking area. In this location, the structures are constructed, but the solar panels have not been installed. Neither location has an approved modification to the plan development permit. Construction of the solar panels began in 2020 with permits issued by HCD. HCD is a state agency that issues permits and inspects mobile homes. It was determined in April of 2021 that the HCD building permit was issued without the required modification to the plan development permit. HCD issued a stop work order on the project and informed the mobile home park they must submit an application to the city for modification of the plan development permit, which the applicant filed an application for in October of 2021. The solar carports will serve as support for the solar panels and will be one continuous structure in both locations. In this photograph are the solar carport structures constructed in the parking area by the Mobile Home Parks Clubhouse. And this is a photograph of the solar carport structures that are constructed in the RV storage area. These structures are not yet completed. In the RV storage area, the carports will be approximately 675 feet long, with a width varying between 15 feet and 30 feet. Fire lanes are provided for the fire department access as required in conditions D2 and D4. This will be accomplished by maintaining a clear fire lane from the property line and planter areas and can be extended under the carport as long as there's a 13 feet 6-inch minimum height is maintained. In addition, the required screening trees will be planted inside the planter area between the northern property line and the fire lane. The solar carports will be constructed of steel posts and aluminum frame, and the solar panels will be mounted on top of the aluminum frame. The carports will be oriented in a way to allow the solar panels to receive the most direct sunlight, and due to the angle, will have a height of 16 feet at the highest point and 14 feet at the lowest point. The 16-foot height, it will be adjacent to the northern property line, and the 14-foot height is adjacent to the arroyo. The structures will be painted jagged granite, which is consistent with the residential design guidelines. To grant a modification to the plan development permit, 4 findings must be made by the Planning Commission. The project is consistent with the general plan and zoning requirements because the project promotes sustainable building practices by installing green energy systems to reduce the carbon footprint within the mobile home park that is a permitted use. The project is consistent with the design guidelines because the structure, conduits, and electrical equipment will be screened from view from the public street, neighboring properties, and nearby higher buildings with dark-colored paint and trees planted along the northern property line. The project will not impact the public health and safety because the city's floodplain manager determined the posts will not impact the water flow in the floodway, and the project includes a fire lane for fire department access. And finally, the project is statutorily exempt from CEQA because it is a solar project. And staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the project with conditions. And that concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for questions.
Any questions by the commissioners to staff?
Sure. Chairperson.
Vice Chairperson Rice.
Ms. Richardson, there was, according to this, the carports are set back from the property line by 5 foot 9 inches to allow for the trees. That's correct, right? That's page 3 in our booklet. 5 says the carports will be set back from the property line by approximately 5 foot 9 inches.
Right, the solar panels are set back.
Correct, but the structure itself is not set back 5
There
inches.
are posts located within the planter area.
Right, so the posts are 28 inches, 27 inches, somewhere in that ballpark, correct?
From the property line,
Correct.
approximately.
Okay, so so you're telling me that the posts are not part of the structure? I'm just trying to figure this out. What I don't understand is that if we have a landscape buffer, I didn't know a landscape buffer could be covered. I'm just baffled by this. I understand that we're leaving this room for the planting, okay? But as I understand it, what we're doing is it's leaving this like open area so they can plant these trees in there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But those posts don't count towards the landscape buffer somehow, or they're exempt from this 5 foot 9 inches away from the property line.
Yeah, Vice Chairman Rice, that's one of the determinations you may make tonight if the landscape buffer with this design as presented constitutes a buffer versus a setback, which is not a setback, it's a
Correct.
buffer. So that's something up for discussion.
Okay. The other question I have is, who chose the plants for the landscape? Was that the applicant or was that the city?
The applicant selected
The applicant
that plan.
selected the plants. Did the city review the plants that were selected for the landscape buffer? That, to the best of your knowledge? I'm asking this because I'm concerned about how well these trees will do in this location.
Staff did look up the plant species that's proposed to find, to see what the height and width is of the plants.
Correct.
We did look that up. So we are familiar that it is a tall, wide, fast-growing species.
Correct. Yeah, you could get 50 to 60 feet, maybe even 75 feet tall. It's possible, and it can get 18 feet wide easily under the right circumstances. But my concern really was how hardy the tree is in this zone, because USDA hardiness zone, I believe that we're mostly, if we go by the USDA, that we're in a zone 9, and I believe that this tree really does better in 7 or below.
Right.
Maybe 8 under the right ideal circumstances. I'm just curious,
Right. I did
because
look
I'm
it up.
worried about this tree being planted in a place where it's just going to die.
Right. So I did look it up. It is hardy. It is recommended for zones 3 through 8, which CME sits right on the cusp. It is a plant that the resource that I looked at did also say that it is does well in wind once it's established. So it was that determination of the plant that we found it.
So essentially, the
acceptable.
wind issue is one of the big things, and creating the buffer and the height and creating this wall.
Right.
Okay.
And the tree species is also an item that Planning Commission could discuss tonight as well.
Okay. I know that the direction of the sun and the angle on the solar panels is not something I'm completely familiar with, but if you have a 75 or let's say 50-foot tall tree species right next to solar panels, it seems to me that even if the sun's going the other direction, different times of year, you're going to get an awful lot of shade on those panels. It seems odd to me, but we'll get there later, I'm sure. If I was, I'm just asking a question here, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to you, Ms. Richardson, but if I was going to put a gazebo in my backyard, how far away from my wall would I have to put it? Do you know off the top of your head? Because I believe the answer is 3 foot.
I will admit.
Is that something in that ballpark? Mr. Gibson, I'm sure.
The answer is 3 feet, and it could be even
or a
less.
shed.
3 feet.
Okay, all right. Because this is 24 inches away from the wall. That's why, and I know it's a different. It's under the mobile home and stuff.
HCD.
HCD. I understand that. Okay. The other thing is, where's the front of this property? Is it just the road, or is it that front property line?
The front property line is the
Just
circumference
the road,
of that.
just around the
cul-de-sac.
road right there, not
You refer to the screen.
just that area in there. So in other words, the setback has to be 20 feet from the road, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so all the way around, that would be considered a front, okay. Let's see, I had page. Okay, the other question I had for you is, when did the city first find out about this project under construction?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Gibson.
That was early. Well, the first time I found out about it was January of 21, more or less,
2021.
2021.
Okay, so at that point, they'd already started working on this for a period of time, I
Couple
believe.
months.
Couple months.
It
at
started in
least.
November.
Yeah, November of 2020, correct? Yeah, okay. All right. That's all I have at the moment.
Anybody else have questions for staff?
Yeah, I have a few questions as well. Considering that you're saying that this is under the mobile home park, but we do have homes to the north, and wouldn't those homes also be protected by their residency, that a structure shouldn't be within at least 36 inches from their property line? Even though their neighboring behind them happens to be a mobile home park, which therefore the numbers change on the distance, but shouldn't they also be protected as their homeowners and not in a mobile home park?
I will try to answer that question, Commissioner Gray. The existing homeowners would be subject to the setback rules within their own zoning district. In other words, any structures in their yards would have to comply with similar setbacks, if that makes sense.
So you're saying that if they built something in their backyard, it would have to be 36 inches from their property line, but somebody else can build something closer because it's in the mobile home park? And therefore, like if my neighbor decides to build something, they can't build a structure within 36 inches of our property line. But you're saying because if my neighbor was a mobile home park, they could, what's the inches that they're allowed?
Well, what I'm saying is you can control your own property. You can't, the zoning doesn't dictate the other person's property. So your neighbor is subject to their zoning rules, you're subject to your zoning rules. And depending on what's your side of the property, let's say you have a structure on your side of the property line, you can't, how do I say this, dictate, if you already have a structure there, you can't prohibit the other person from constructing that much closer. It's just the zoning rules for that property apply.
I think I understand. Okay, then my other question is those, again, I'd like to revisit the tree situation a little bit later as well, but considering that we are going into a major drought where we're going to be allowed only in our watering district, not Golden State, only to be able to water our yards once a week, except for hand watering for perennials, how are these plants, these trees going to be watered? Is it on a drip system? Is it, I mean, considering that it's the only thing that's there, how much water is going to be used for these trees and how much runoff is going to actually go into the arroyo? Because I don't see anything necessarily that states what watering is going to prevent these trees, one, for dying, and two, prevent water from being overused.
I'll take that question also. The project is subject to the landscaping conditions, the C conditions in your resolution, which requires submittal of a landscape and irrigation plan, which is reviewed by our city's landscape architect, and they address the irrigation standards, water use calculations for compliance with the state water ordinance. And Ms. Richardson could confirm the minimum tree planting is, I believe, 1 15-gallon for every 30 feet in that zone.
I believe that's correct.
Okay. So this applicant is proposing additional trees at this point, and then the ancillary shrubs or ground cover would be part of that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you. I just have really a quick, I'm going to defer other questions with respect to the applicant, but I do have a question of staff. I'm curious if Simi Valley Code of Ordinances number 9-24060, this is residential and open space district limitations. Under sub A, it's general standards. And so it talks about this is for all residential property. So we get down to sub B. I have a copy of it. Have you found it? Well, I'll read what it's a simple question, really. It says standards for specific types of residential projects. The standards for this subsection shall be incorporated into all residential developments as applicable, provided these requirements do not apply to congregate care housing. 1, standards for all residential projects. All residential projects shall comply with the following requirements. And then you go down to sub D. All above-ground utility equipment visible from the street shall be screened by landscaping and/or low wall matching the building decor. Does this construction qualify as above-ground utility equipment?
The Commissioner Hodge, the above-ground utility equipment is usually referring to transformers, switchgear, cable boxes, etc. There may be some electrical boxes which are installed on the ground. So those are subject to be called utility equipment, and we do look for screening for those. The solar panels typically have column-mounted equipment, conduits, et cetera, and traditionally, staff asks for painting to match the main structure as far as the method of screening, so it blends in with the columns rather than having raw conduit colors, which might distract. So that's our method of screening of the column-mounted equipment. But the ground-mounted stuff, that's usually the various utility boxes, which are on the ground. We encourage and require utility equipment screening.
Okay, so we have nothing in our ordinances at this point that specifically describe whether or not this type of structure qualifies as a ground-mounted, all above ground utility equipment visible from the street. We don't have anything specific that refers to this as well. I realize that, you know, the whole concept of what's being done here is relatively new in the last several years, and I was curious if we had addressed that and have updated or thought about whether or not we should include this under this subsection.
No, we don't have specific solar carport guides to that nature other than just common sense to manage the various pieces of equipment involved with that.
Okay, and then the reason I brought this up also is because this is different than sub F. Sub F talks about roof equipment, and it includes a statement of solar energy equipment must be exposed. Solar energy equipment may be exposed to view from adjacent parcels and street right of way, provided the equipment is mounted flush with the roof plane. That's specific to solar that is mounted on a residential roof line, correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
All right, so we can eliminate sub F as part of our analysis. Okay, I don't have any further questions. I have some questions later.
Can I ask which ordinance you were just referring to?
Sure. It's 9-24.060 sub B,
And F.
it's large B, and then item 1, sub D and F.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commissioners to the staff? Okay. We will open the public testimony portion of the hearing. Would the applicant like to present the project? State your name.
Commissioner
the records,
Tolson and staff, Richard Doss with Pacific Coast Civil Engineers. And I'm here with the applicant for this project.
Mr. Doss, might I interrupt you just a moment? Normally, this is expressed by the chair. As the applicant, you have 15 minutes to present your the project.
Okay. We'll probably have the need to defer some of that time to answering questions as we go down the process here. So I'm very happy to present this project to the Planning Commission. The solar array project has been through a long history here, and we think it's a really wonderful addition to the project. The whole point of it is to provide solar energy to the residents of the Simi Country Mobile Home Estates, 274 families that live in this community, and the owners have taken the time to install this system so that they can keep their rents to the minimum. They have not raised their rents in 25 years on the people that live in this community, and this is one way that they can help these 274 residents by providing energy. They have their own system that they use. And so this way they can save money and keep their expenses down for the whole community and keep their rents as low as they can be. It's an affordable community, obviously. So we were brought in after the construction had begun and to come up with some solutions in response to community questions and staff questions. And I'm first of all, I want to thank staff, Sean, Elizabeth, Brent Seamer in Public Works. Have all been very helpful and guiding this presentation forward. So we recognize that early on there was some confusion about the setback to the actual structure. The HCD approval, which predates the construction, did not have any setback on it. So actually the state approved the project with no setback. It was discovered that through an as-built process that there was a notation on the plans that showed 5-foot setback to the panels themselves, not to the structure. And from that point on, the owner has been working with staff, with the community, and so forth to make the system more acceptable. But I should tell you that the state's approval is still active. The project still has the HCD approval, and that's what we're working for, trying to make it better for the community and for the neighbors as well. In the process, when the original design was done, the panels were set back only, I think, 3 feet from the PL, and the contractor has changed the design to make it. They've flipped the most northerly row of panels to be side, what do they call it, landscape version, so that we now have 5 foot 9 inches from the PL, which is, I think, more than what is required by the setbacks. And we've included the landscape area, 5-foot landscape area along that northerly line, which we have proposed to put these green giant arbor vitae trees into that area. They will grow up to a height that will actually be higher than the panels themselves, and they'll be of such a density that the posts, the columns that are there will be obscured by the trees actually. So at the end of the day, the actual columns won't even be visible when it's all grown in. So anyway, and then in the process of construction, early on when it was brought to city staff's attention, the owner was able to lower the whole panel system by 2.5 feet, so that it would not be as visible from the neighbors on the north side. So they've taken a lot of effort to again make the system more acceptable to the neighborhood, while still providing the necessary electricity that the system is supposed to provide. And that's I think we've lost in that change. They lost something like 15% of the capacity of the system by making that one landscape change. So it's a pretty big hit and a pretty big effect to the actual community. So anyway, like I say, the owners are want to work with the neighbors, want to make the project acceptable in any way we can, but well, I shouldn't say but. We'll work to make it work for everybody. So anyway, and I just have and I was having trouble listening to the commissioner's questions. I probably should get somebody to help me with my hearing. I'm not sure what, but anyway, we haven't really gotten into. I think Sean talked about they'll have to have a landscape architect to design some sort of water saving irrigation system, a drip system, or something like that to water these things. And we have proposed this green giant plants, but we're not opposed to another kind of tree or ornamental or whatever that the city staff would recommend. We're really trying to just to again make it so that the project is less of a issue with the neighbors in that regard. So we have trees that are growing up above their wall is really what it amounts to. There's been some question about whether the array will block people's views. It's I think there was a picture printed in the newspaper a couple days ago, and you can clearly see that those houses from their second story have no obscuring of the view. So that's a I don't know. We're trying to make it so that it
Please,
works
please. If you're going to be rude, we'll ask you to leave. Thank you.
Anyway, thank you. So yeah, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Before we get started, you mentioned that you had trouble hearing a commissioner. Can you point out who that which one was?
The lady commissioner.
Commissioner
Sorry.
Gray. Okay, just for the record, we want to make sure that was taken care of.
Okay.
So we have,
Yeah, it's my problem, not yours. I think more than.
that's the problem. We just want to make sure the record shows which one you were talking about.
Okay.
We have questions for the applicant, and oh yeah, perfect. Commissioner Gray, just for the record, can you clarify, re-ask your question, make sure that he hears that?
The ones I asked earlier, if I can remember what they were, I think I asked about the landscaping, watering, which you kind of addressed, saying that you guys would work to make sure that there was no water that was going to be running off at the same time, making sure that we weren't using plants that would use too much water. So that, you kind of answered that. The other question I asked of staff was about the setbacks and clarification on zoning, which Mr. Gibson did answer on that. That had to do with residential zoning versus the mobile park zoning.
Okay. Was there an issue with the setbacks?
Just clarification for staff.
Okay. And all right. Okay.
Did you understand this? Did you hear that?
Yeah,
Questions?
that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, perfect.
I heard the landscape part, but the other I didn't understand. But it sounds like everybody's happy with the explanation, right?
So now we're going to go, questions for the applicant. Commissioner Hodge, you're on the clock.
Yes, thank you. I'm on the clock?
No, you're first up on the dais here, on the list.
Okay. Mr. Doss, if at any point you don't hear the question that I asked, just ask me and I'll be happy to repeat it or
Okay.
rephrase it.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I just real quick to start off with some clarification. You indicated that at one point you, or the designer or the architect, dropped the height of the project by a couple of feet, 2.5 feet.
2.5 feet.
I have to believe that when it was higher, it was more expensive because it's more structure. It's got to be more money to be higher. What was the reason why it was lowered?
It was, I think, I wasn't involved in at the time, but I'm sure it was in response to questions from the neighbors.
All right, so
Tried to lower the visibility of the system.
okay. Now, when that decision was made, were you made part of it? Were you part of that decision-making process?
No, that was before I was
All right,
involved.
so that's, I don't mean to make this sound rude, but I really want to know if there's some foundation in what you're saying. Are you assuming that it was because of the request
No,
of the
if-
neighbors, or are you,
No,
do you know?
We have the contractors are here in this hall, and they'd be happy to answer any of those technical questions about
Sure.
the.
So, sorry, all right, so any question I ask, if I could ask you to bring that person up, this would be the time to do it, okay?
Okay. Who would be the?
Just for the record, can you state your name
John Hoffman.
and what organization are you with?
I'm with Sun Green Systems.
Thank you.
Sure. So to address the question of the height, is that right?
Yes.
So it had been originally designed and approved by HCD at a 16-foot clear height. And after we got the columns in and the owners had received some feedback from the neighbors, they decided to take it down to the lowest possible level that we could to still meet the fire requirements. So at that point, we trimmed the columns and actually had to scrap the steel that was already purchased and installed and inspected by HCD. So that's what we decided to lower it and before we actually installed the columns. The beams. So that was a decision made by the customer the owner of the system, the owner of the park, to lower the system, to lower the height.
Was there any advantage to the greater height?
Yeah, that's how it was originally permitted and approved.
Okay,
So
I've
we're-
asked you a totally different question. Was there any benefit to the project or the production of electricity to the greater height?
Yeah, there was.
What?
Because it was this is a higher tilt, so at that tilt, at that orientation, we actually gave up, the customer gave up a lot of production by lowering it almost flat. So yeah, so there was a much better, at that tilt, it's optimal for production, so they gave up a lot of production by lowering it, the system, and gave up a lot of steel that was already purchased and installed.
Okay, now, so I take it that some analysis has been done as to the amount of electricity that is expected to be produced as a result of this project, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. Has that analysis included decision-making with respect to the selection of the tree?
No, the production of the system will be impacted by the trees, but again, the customer is willing to accept that loss of production to try to appease the visual impact.
Has any study been done
They
about?
say, no, sir, they have no studies been done.
Right,
How
but-
much production will be lost?
All right,
Also-
I think all right, just a moment. I think you understand the question I'm going to ask, and I appreciate the response. You're just trying to be efficient, but for the purposes of creating a record, whoops, the question has to be on the record, and
sure,
you have
got
to
it.
give me a chance to ask the question, okay?
Just a point of clarification. The trees that we're proposing are on the north side of the array. They won't block the sun from reaching the array.
At all?
No, they're on the sun is on the south side.
Okay, do these trees have branches?
Well, I'm sure that they'll keep them trimmed. We can have a maintenance program for that.
All right, the purpose of the branches is to create screening,
Screening from the north.
so the branches would only be on the north side of the trees, not on the south side of the
yeah.
trees. You would keep them trimmed.
They would be trimmed. That's
And the branches, being that close to the property line, would extend over into the backyards of your neighbors, correct?
They could be trimmed on that side as well. It's not a,
All right, Mr. Doss, have you consulted with a landscape architect with respect to the selection of a tree that provides the fewest downsides and problems to this project?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Have you consulted with a landscape architect to identify the type of tree that would be the best suited for this particular project and identify, or rather cause, the fewest number of impediments to the success of this project?
I have not talked to any landscape architects. The trees were recommended by the installer, and frankly, any tree that would work the purpose of shielding the view is acceptable to the project.
So the tree, presumably, if it was planted, it would begin to grow. We're talking about 15-gallon trees. I don't know what that height is. I do understand that these trees grow quickly. They also create an 18-foot apron towards the bottom, and it probably narrows as it goes up. The concept that you have is that these trees would grow, and they would fit somehow as they grow into this 5'9" space between the northern section, the northernmost portion of the panel, and the southernmost section of the wall, correct?
Yeah,
And anything below that, those branches would be extending into either the wall as it grows up, the walls that are existing. And these aren't just standard 6-foot walls. I went out to the project, as I think everybody else did, and on the far east side, that wall has got to be 16 or 18 feet tall.
it's very tall.
Okay, so all those branches would have to come off, and then also there have to be some sort of maintenance so that the branches don't interfere with the fire department right-of-way, correct?
I think that's correct.
Have you had any analysis done as to whether or not these trees can sustain that kind of heavy trimming?
No,
Has there been any I understand that these trees, from the research that I did, do relatively well in sun, except they don't particularly care for late afternoon hot sun. And it can get warm in Simi Valley.
for sure.
I'm wondering if the solar panels generate reflective heat.
No, there's no heat that comes off the back of the panels. There's no moving parts in the panels. There's no ambient heat that
All right.
comes off the panels.
So the panels and the steel and the beams that are bare because there's no panel on top of it, and there will be steel beams that are exposed, would not absorb heat and then release heat to create ambient heat?
Well, if without the insulation of the actual panels themselves, then yes. But once the panels are on, the panels are going to shade all of the steel underneath it.
Yes, and we've been told that there is a line of steel which runs the entire length of the project on the extreme north side, which is not covered by panels, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So has anyone done any research to determine whether or not these trees can weather well in Simi Valley summer heat in late afternoons after all these branches are trimmed and certain sides are trimmed more than others to allow there to be more sun on the panels? And I can assure you that if those trees grow up and they get taller, once they get taller than the top of the panels, they're going to continue to spread, and they're going to continue to cover areas of the panels. And what I don't understand is this, I've lived here long enough to know that, yeah, we have summer sun, and then we have winter sun, and the sun moves on the horizon. And sometimes you're going to have that whole portion of the northern array of panels completely blocked by the shade of the trees as it goes along. And as the branches spread out, you're going to block off large portions of the panels themselves. I don't know if those cost, if there's cost of maintenance when you do that. And I'm trying to figure out if there's any reason whatsoever to have those panels at that portion of the structure that close to the trees, given the way that the tree grows. It seems to me that that may be entirely superfluous. Do you have a response to that?
Well, not particularly. I mean, again, the panels are on the south side of the system. The panels will not be impacted by any ambient heat. I mean, if the branches grow over the panels, then those panels that are obstructed will produce less energy. That's absolutely true.
And you don't anticipate, I don't think you really meant that you're going to trim every branch on the south side of the tree so that it doesn't cover a portion of the solar panel. I really don't think that you meant to say that. Am I correct in that?
I'm not insinuating. I have no idea what the maintenance of the landscaping will be.
You would agree that these trees can grow 50, 60 feet?
I don't know anything about the trees, so.
Well, I'm asking Mr. Doss because he said
Oh,
something
well,
to that effect.
From what we've read, they can grow to be 20-plus feet high.
The trees can grow to be 20-plus feet high.
Yeah.
All right, what I've read is that when you get these trees to 10 feet apart, which is what the staff report says, you intend to place them 10 feet on center, correct?
Correct?
That they can grow well in excess of 40 feet. Okay? So and I think part of what you anticipated is that these trees would grow, they would get taller than the structure, the branches would grow out, and they would cover portions of the beams as well as the panels, and that this would ameliorate some of the concerns of the neighbors, correct?
Maybe I misunderstood what you're asking, but no, we're not anticipating that the trees, whatever type of tree is that is accepted by the city, will be obscuring the panels themselves. That's not our goal, our intent.
I think he's saying that.
Well, in order for that to be true, your intent, then you would have to have the facts to know how these trees are going to actually grow. And so what I'm asking is, I wish that you had a landscape architect, because I would like to ask that person questions as well. If the trees, of course, grow taller than grow as tall as I've read that they do, and I think Commissioner Rice made a comment earlier. Do I need to speak up?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
You're leaning forward as if you're not hearing me.
I am not hearing you.
Okay, I'll try to speak up a little bit, all right?
Okay.
If the trees will grow 50 feet or 60 feet, as Commissioner Rice had earlier said, or somebody did, I think it was Commissioner Rice, and I've read that they grow well in excess of 40 feet when you plant them 10 feet apart. Will that, if you had a home there and you walked outside and now you see 5 feet away, actually 2 feet and a half, and then less than that, away from your wall, 30 feet of tree growing up in a wall going across, would that have do you think that would be something of legitimate concern?
I'm certain it would be. The intent is not to create a giant wall of trees. And this is not the only kind of plant that could be planted in that area. So we'll work with the city and the city's landscape architect to come up with a alternative if this particular type of tree is not acceptable. It's not the linchpin of our design, I guess is what I would say. We're trying to create an amenity for the neighbors so that the ultimate trees would be slightly over the top of their wall, and they would have a nice green view that, again, would not block their long-distance views of the mountains or the...
Let me tell you where I'm tentatively coming from, okay? And I say tentatively because I haven't heard from any of the neighbors, we haven't heard any of the other commissioners ask you questions, and I've got a lot of learning, I think, left to do, and I think we all do. What I'm wondering is, I've asked a lot of questions about this, about whether or not the trees, they grow, they have branches, they cover portions of the panels. Do those panels need to be there at all? If they're not there at all, does this provide some additional room and opportunity to select trees that will actually impact the neighbors less, but perform just as well in terms of the screening? And the reason I ask this is because, and I'm sure you've seen this in the staff report, there's a very specific ordinance that the city has that includes the word shall. Now, shall, when you look at an ordinance, means it will, it shall. It doesn't mean better, it doesn't mean should, it means shall. And so it specifically says, all exterior common boundaries shall be screened. Am I looking at the right one? I think I am. All exterior common boundaries shall be screened by a decorative solid wall, fence, or other comparable device at least 6 feet in height with a minimum of 5 feet wide landscape area provided along the inside of the perimeter screen, including 15-gallon large trees with no more than 30 feet apart. Now, this minimum is expanded because of 6 feet for the wall. It's expanded because you've got structure that's well more than 6 feet high, and that needs to be screened. And in order for me to come up with a finding, which is required, as you heard the requirements, as expressed during this presentation by staff. I'm wondering if there's enough information here to make a finding that a successful screen will be created as a result of this particular plan and what the impacts of all of it are. And I think that this is the linchpin to your project, because if you don't have that screening, I can't make that finding, and then the other commissioners will make their own decision. And you may not have what you need in order to have the findings to go forward. So I do think that this is a linchpin, and I'm very curious about what everybody else is going to say. And in order for them to say it, I have to stop talking. So.
Well, again, I think it's in the purview of this commission to provide conditions, and certainly a condition that could be made to work with city staff to come up with a particular kind of a plan to who knows what variety. I say I'm not a landscape architect, and we have not talked to any. So it's not an issue for us. That's why I think it's a legitimate area of concern for this commission and for you, and we would wish to respond to it in some sort of a positive way, not be bound by the constraints of this specific kind of a bush or tree.
I have no further questions at this time, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Vice Chairperson Rice.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairperson. My question to you, sir, is you mentioned that the owner talked to the neighbors. Is that correct? The owner talked to the neighbors?
I believe that they've had conversations. I was not involved in the project at the time, so.
Okay, I'm asking because, according to our packet, that there was no neighborhood council meeting, which is one of the things we do to, in specific portions of the city, you meet with the people from that community to discuss issues like this, usually before it comes to the planning commission. So, and that would be a time for the neighbors to come together. Or other times in a project like this, the owner would go to, in this case, the Homeowners Association and try to meet with the Homeowners Association so that if there are problems like what we're discussing right now, those things could hopefully get ironed out before it makes its way to the Planning Commission. And maybe not solve everybody's problem, but at least, make things a little better. But I don't know, did any of that get done? I mean, I know that they didn't meet with the neighborhood council, but did the owner try to meet with the Homeowners Association or send somebody door to door explaining what the project was or anything like that?
The discussions were had before I was involved in the project. I think Mr. Gibson was involved maybe back a year ago. And I'm not sure what all specifics were discussed at that time.
Okay.
Is there anybody in the room from your organization or representing the owners that could answer that question?
I don't know, is there? Oh,
There we go.
here we go.
Thank you very much. Just state your name
James and Sarah,
and your position is,
Semi Country property investor.
okay.
Now, how this all began was we took the prints, HCD. I personally went to the city with a roll of blueprints, went to the plan desk. I was told, don't even leave the prints here. This is an HCD project, go to HCD. Months into this project is when the stop work order came. We've had Zoom meetings, and that's when Richard came on, and we've been going forward with this. From what we were told in the very beginning, and I want to be clear, that this was an HCD project. We were given the permit to go ahead and begin construction. We're a company that we're good neighbors, we're affordable housing, we want to generate power. Two of the most important things in this country right now, affordable housing, green energy. We're just trying to be good neighbors. We're just moving the project along because we were given the permit.
Just to
And the
clarify,
city
just to
told
clarify,
us-
you mentioned a Zoom meeting. Was that with city staff?
That was with, Mr. Gibson was in it.
Were there any neighbors in it?
I'm sorry?
Were there any neighbors or any of the people who live in that community
No,
involved in that
this
Zoom
was
meeting?
just purely with the city because we were trying to figure out why there was a stop work order put in place when it's not under the guise of the city of Simi Valley. This is an HCD project.
I understand your point, sir, but
Yes.
that really wasn't my question. My question was, did you talk to the neighbors? I mean, let me explain, okay? I'm getting a concrete driveway poured right now, okay? I went and talked to my neighbors. I told them I'm gonna have cars out on the street, you know. I apologized for the mess. I said, if there's any problem, come back to me, you know, because that's what I think a good neighbor does. And I know that my neighbors would do exactly the same thing for me. But what it sounds like is that you did this big project and you didn't talk to any of the neighbors, and suddenly magically they wake up and there's this giant thing outside their, you know, back door, front door, whatever it is. And that's what I'm trying to find out. Did you talk to the neighbors, say, hey, I know it's going to be messy, it's going to be noisy, I apologize. You know, this is what our plan is. You know, here, look what this is going to be so cool. This is going to be so beneficial to you. But I don't hear that from you.
Twice I spoke to a gentleman and vulgarities. I was yelled at. As Mr. Gibson said, the gentleman's very passionate. And I felt intimidated and I felt threatened. But as far as this, if you look at where this project is at, it's in the back. It's along an area in the back, not in the front. It's a very obscure area, the RV area back there.
But you didn't write any letters or send any postcards? Nothing?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you. That was my question.
Before you go away, if I could ask you one quickie. Who, you said this is an HCD. HCD gave you the permits, right?
Correct.
Was it HCD who told you to stop?
Correct.
Did HCD ever tell you prior to the time that you started the work that you also needed approval from the city?
No, and like I said, I went down with a roll of blueprints.
I understand, sir. My question is a little different, though. You said you were trying to say this is an HCD project. HCD gave you the approvals. But HCD also told you to stop. And then HCD told you some rules that you needed to follow. And I'm curious why HCD didn't tell you this in advance of the project. So if you have a complaint on that, I think it's with HCD.
Well, I think it would, HCD would have said, go to the city before even issuing a permit, wouldn't they?
You have to ask them. I don't know why they didn't. They're the ones who told you to
know.
stop. I don't.
That's a good question for HCD.
Can I follow up to that?
Please, go ahead.
So I think it's important to note that we received, that us as a contractor contacted the city of Simi Valley, like we always do for the city when we're installing a project, that we were doing this and what's the process for submitting plans. We were told at that point to go to HCD that had nothing to do with them, right? So Jimmy actually followed up after that to find out and got the same thing from Stratos, right?
Correct.
So once we received the permit, we commenced work in December of 2020. I think it's important to note that the stop work order didn't come until April of 2021. Okay, and in the meantime, it had been inspected by the city of Simi in January. It had been inspected by the HCD right after that. Both of them, we sent the plans to Mr. Gibson on January 7th with elevations. We had HCD come out and inspect the project, inspect the location of the columns. And I have an email here from Kevin Hoopman from HCD's that says, after reviewing, this came on January 12th, okay? After reviewing all applicable, and this is after City of Simi Valley has been on site to inspect the project and received all the approved plans and elevations. This is after that, okay? We got this email from the state of California. After reviewing all applicable laws and regulations, it is my determination there is no, capital no, underline, specific regulation that covers this type of construction in common area. As such, there is no apparent setback violations as the steel beams are non-combustible. You are free to commence work on your open permit. We got that email on January 12th. This is after the city of Simi Valley has inspected the project and received the plans. We didn't get the stop work order until April.
Of 21.
Correct.
Okay. Look, I'm not trying to say that you've done anything wrong.
Right.
I don't know nearly enough facts to point the finger at anybody. I really don't. I'm just, the only thing the only reason I asked the question is the statement was made, this is an HCD project, they gave us the approvals, they also told you to stop. So
In April,
it's,
correct.
right, so I mean, and I understand why you would find, some umbrage with that, because they tell you to do something and you're doing it, and then they say, oops, you have to follow these, you have to also get the city involved and get their approvals and comply with their rules, and we have our rules, and we're doing our jobs to apply those rules, and we're doing our bit that HCD told you to go do. We didn't tell you to.
Right,
So,
correct. And
That's all I have, and I think, I don't mean to cut
Okay.
you off, but I'd like to push forward.
okay.
This is still Vice Chairperson Rice time? You're done? Okay. Commissioner Gray?
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I was kind of on that same question over, I won't go into it because obviously there's not enough information even in our staff report because it just indicated that it's an HDC issue, but they're the ones that also told you to do a stop order because you did not have the local permits. Now, whatever else happened in between all of that, it's obviously not in our staff report to make a determination on that. But I am very concerned, the same situations over, I am concerned about the fact that you've lowered this structure by 2.5 feet, but you're giving up 15% of capacity in order to do that, but you're saying that all of the energy that's going to be captured is going back to the mobile home park, correct?
Correct, that's how it's interconnected.
And yet, there's gonna be a lot of maintenance, and no matter what you put up there on those as a barrier for the neighbors, is that south side, unless you're crawling on top of your solar panels, you're not gonna be able to trim unless you have a specific type of tree that's not gonna grow over. Unless you're planning on having, and I don't know who's gonna wanna be jumping up on top of a solar panel in order to trim. You can trim the north side for the neighbors, but I don't know how you're gonna be able to do that. Who's gonna be paying for this maintenance? The mobile home park?
Correct.
Of course.
So again, you're putting up a benefit for them, but at the same time, how much are they gonna get in return on this? I am also very concerned over the fact that if you didn't meet with
Excuse
the
me,
neighborhood
Commissioner Gray?
council- Yeah.
Just pull that mic down closer. There you go.
Is that better? Sorry. If you didn't meet with the neighborhood council, and that's number 2, correct? The neighborhood? Did you meet you've got a center, did you meet with the neighbors of the mobile home park, the 274 homes? Did you put up notices to state, this is what we're planning on doing, getting input? Just like Commissioner Rice said, that when he's putting something in his home, he contacts the neighbors. I have done the same thing, my neighbors do the same thing as well, is that, hey, we're doing this, it's gonna be a mess, if there's any problem, let us know. That's a good neighbor. Did you meet and put up signs so that the neighbors could be informed on what was happening, and to the neighbors to the north, prior to construction?
The neighbors to the north, meaning the housing complex?
Correct.
No.
And what about the members in the mobile home park?
The people within the mobile home park were sent notices as we were doing the project.
Did you meet with them?
Did not
though?
meet with the residents, no.
What type of a notice did they receive?
On areas that we're going to be doing construction and concerns in that area as far as, be cautious and cones and,
Via a letter,
I'm sorry?
using a letter form that was sent to every one of them.
Yes, in letter form of the construction.
But the determination already been made, you did not sit down and listen to their current concerns and their comments and things that were happening at that time, before you even started construction.
No.
I guess that's kind of what Commissioner Hodge was saying as well, is that being a good neighbor means Rice, sorry. I am so sorry. Again, you've got a lot of people here that I'm assuming a lot of them live in that mobile home park or the homes to the north that are very concerned about what happened and not having been notified. It's their community, they're being affected. That is just a concern. That was answered, that was answered. Is this a type of structure that it's going to be going, you sell it back to the electric company first before you get any benefit?
No, the way the system works is that all the power is consumed on site, and if there's any excess power, that power will flow back into the grid.
And how much is, on average, is electricity costing without these solar panels? Because I understand the ones that are over the carports are already installed and being used, is that correct? Or do those got,
That's correct, yeah. So we're the contractor doing the work, and you have the information.
Introduce yourself, please.
Deputy Commissioner, Commissioners, thanks for having us and listening to all sides of this. My name's Alan Brower. I'm the developer on the project. To answer your question, the electric bill was approximately anywhere from $12,000, $15,000 to $18,000, and draining the life out of the grid. With solar, it's a tremendous relief to the SCE grid, which will help relieve and hopefully reduce the power outages that have been happening in this area for several years, getting worse and worse every year. So there's been a lot of give on ownership's end to have less production by lowering the tilt. When you tilt up south to about 15 degrees, that would have been a horrendous sight. We never considered that. We originally had it tilted at about, 5 to 7, maybe. We dropped it down to 3 degrees tops. So to give that kind of production and lose that kind of benefit on ownership's end, they were willing to do that to be the good neighbor, so to speak. And if I can also speak to that or answer your question regarding who was consulted on site, the neighbors of the mobile home park as an example, this structure is on the north side of the arroyo. So it's pretty much out of sight. I don't want to say totally out of sight and out of mind. You see it when you drive into the park. If you look over to the right pretty hard, it's there. It's very visible. But there's small inconveniences. There's construction that's already happened. The heavy lifting's already been done. The groundbreaking, the concrete pouring that was supervised, approved, looked over our shoulder by HCD. Every pour, it's been
no, I get
crazy.
that, but that wasn't necessarily my question.
Right.
I'm basically asking in regards to, this is a large construction that the homeowners at some point are going to have to pay for. I'm just wondering, how much are they benefiting
Got
from
it,
this?
got it.
Because I'm sorry, I did drive through and you see it, I didn't even see it when I drove in.
Great question.
But I saw it once I went down the road and I was like, that was very, very, very visible.
Right. So great
From
question.
every single home, I could see that structure.
So the benefit for residents, and Jimmy, you can correct me, and I think you already spoke to this fact that it's affordable housing, and it's allowed the ownership to not raise rent in how many years? This is going to help keep rents affordable for the people that are in there without any increases, and help keep things affordable for anybody new that's coming in there as well. This is sustainable for, the warranty on this equipment is 25 years. The shelf life on this clean energy project is 25 years.
Do the homeowners own this property or is this leased equipment?
I'm sorry, do the homeowners?
Does the project itself, the property, does it own that equipment or are they leasing that equipment?
Ownership is purchasing this out of pocket without any subsidies whatsoever, of course, other than the federal tax credit that's available. But that being said, there's been no ask of any, that I know of any resident to help subsidize this build.
So,
No pass-throughs whatsoever.
so at this point, we're just answering questions.
Yeah,
Well, no accusation, I'm just gathering information, that's all I'm doing.
giving it best I can.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay. So I'm going to ask a couple here. Mr. Doss, when did you come onto this project? What approximately what date?
October, I think, of 2021.
Okay. And then this is going to be probably your question. The height of the structure and the panels. What's that height? We know the height of the structure, and then how much higher are the panels?
The clear height of the structure, I believe is 13 and a half feet, isn't it? The lowest place underneath. Like if you were to drive, it's 13 and a half feet, and then I don't, if we have the elevation, we could determine.
So 13 and a half is the clearance.
Yeah, and then there's
the width of
and then there's a
the
purlin, and the panels on top of that. So
and then how tall are the panels?
you mean at the very top height of the panels?
Correct.
Do you have that in your plans?
I have this section up on the screen if it's helpful.
Yeah, okay. There you go.
The interior height of the structure is 14 feet, which meets the fire department requirements.
So it looks like the top of the panels is now 16 feet.
16 feet, so that would be the height that the tree would need to cover?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just for clarification, because I'm shocked at this statement. There's been no raising of the fees to the tenants in 25 years.
That's correct.
So if I went in there today and purchased a home, the fee that you're charging is the same as it was 25 years ago, the monthly fee.
No, that isn't what I'm saying.
Okay, help me understand that.
Yeah, what I'm saying is the residents that live in there, it's under the Rent Resolution Act. Our average rent in the park is less than $700 per month.
Help me understand the 25 years. No raising in 25 years.
If you've lived there for 25 years, your rent has never gone up.
Okay, but if you came in 20 years, it would probably be higher than 25 years.
Correct.
And if you came in 15 years, it's going to be higher.
10 years, 5 years.
Okay,
Yes,
so those who were there in 25 years ago have not been raised. Okay,
correct.
okay. You said working with staff and working with the community. We may have already you said, Mr. Doss, you said you'd worked with the staff, which we clarified, Zoom calls and whatever else. You mentioned working with the community. Aside from 2 discussions with a neighbor, was there any other?
I have not had any discussions with the neighbors.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
I just observed a lady in the back filming and recording the proceeding. I think it's within the right of the commission to get a copy of that recording.
So what we'll do is we'll request that you get an email address before you leave and give your email address and phone number, please, to the secretary here.
And if you can get the name of the lady for the record?
Your name is? Kim Riggs.
And just so everybody knows, maybe you don't come to a lot of planning commission meetings, this meeting is being recorded and will be on the city's website from start to finish. Probably within I don't know how many days, but within a few days, it will be on the city's website, and you will be able to watch it many times if you wish.
Okay. I think that is any other questions to the applicant? Thank you very much. We'll let you take a seat for now.
Thank you.
All right. So now we have some green cards that have been filled out. I need to go through quite a few number of these to clarify which ones are here to speak and which ones are not, because they were not filled out appropriately, but we're going to clarify them right now. So as I call your name, can you tell me if you want to speak or not? Because it has no check on either wish to speak or does not wish to speak. So all we're doing right now is please vocalize whether you want to speak or not want to speak. We're not going to have you speak right now. We're just going to go through the order. Raju, R-A-J-U. Thank you very much. We have Honey Rose Ross. Do not. Thank you very much. We have Marcy Ross. We have Chris Alessi. We have Lynn Green. Thank you. We have Rick Sue, H-S-U. You do not wish to speak. We have John Hoffman. Okay. Let's get this in the right order. So here are the cards of those who do not wish to speak. I'm going to read those off and announce what they are, either in support or in opposition. We have John Hoffman does not wish to speak, in support of the project. We have Rick Sue, HSU, is in support of the project. We have Lynn Green, who does not wish to speak but is in support of the project. We have Honey Rose Ross, who does not wish to speak but is in opposition of the project. And we have Jerry Beth Ember, has got both wish to speak and does not wish to speak. Say what? Do you not wish to speak? Okay. She does not wish to speak, and she is in support of the project. That has been now recorded into the records. What I'd like, I got a bunch. I got someone by the name of John Lapper, like right on the top here. So what I'd like to do with the other commissioners' approval is we have two speakers from the public who would like to maybe have an extended time. We were going to probably do, based upon our number of cards here, 5 minutes each. We're going to have two of these who have requested ahead of time for more time than that. So I'd like to do 10 minutes each for Mr. Jerome Ross and Mr. Dennis Hunter. With everyone's approval here?
Are they speaking on different sides of the project or different?
They are both, well, I've got Jerome Ross is in opposition, and if I'm not mistaken, Dennis Hunter is in opposition.
I have no objection.
I'm okay with it.
Okay. So we're going to have Mr. Jerome Ross, 10 minutes, if you'd like to come up, and we have 10 minutes. We're going to start the clock momentarily. I've got a bunch of cards here, sir. Your card is probably in here. When you hear your name, we'll call you up. There's 4 commissioners here. We're going to set the clock for 10 minutes. Is his mic on? Mr. Ross, we want to move that mic closer to you and then just state your name.
Yes, sir. Just a moment.
We need one more copy. The attorney didn't get one. Sorry about that.
I'm Jerome Ross. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak today. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for taking the time to review the Simi Country Estates application and for hearing the community's concerns about their proposed development. I'm here today to speak on behalf of all of the impacted residents. In addition to the Briarwood community where I live, the Crest Senior Park has many elderly residents who are adversely affected by this project. Unfortunately, many are infirm and are unable to speak for themselves. I'm also here to speak on behalf of many Simi Country Estates residents who would like to express their opposition to this project but are silenced in fear of retaliation. Does this solar project provide affordable energy to the residents within their own community or to the surrounding homeowners? No. Will this project provide energy backup in the event of power outages? No. In the past 2 years, there have been many power outages, more frequent and longer in duration than I can remember in my 20-year history living in Simi Valley. This is cruel and unusual punishment. To be sitting in the dark, staring at a commercial solar farm that has literally destroyed your home's personal and financial value in the name of clean energy. Well, this is the dirty secret of that clean energy. This solar project, funded in part by state and federal solar incentives, as taxpayers, each of the impacted homeowners have contributed to the funds which are now being used to destroy our property values. Power generated from this commercial solar farm will not benefit the residents inside Simi Country Estates or the impacted surrounding homeowners. Energy produced by this monstrosity will only power the common areas, with the excess being sold back to the grid for profit. Don't be fooled by the clean energy facade and believe the applicant's motive is for environmental reasons. See through the veil. Their motives are purely financial, an investment to generate cash flow subsidized by the very taxpayers in which it harms. The residents will still pay full price for their electricity, and when the power goes out, we will all be in the dark. This is not a case of NIMBY. This is a case of equity and the ability for someone like James Orencia and Mark Williams, Jimmy, the owners of Simi Country Estates, to profit on the loss of many others. The stress, anxiety, uncertainty of the future impacts of this project has left us with many questions and absolutely no answers. Will there be a humming noise from the transformers and electrical circuits during power generation? Will there be sun reflections into our upstairs windows? Will there be a nighttime light pollution? How can we redesign our yards to screen this monstrosity? And how much will that cost us? How much will it cost us to defend our property rights? And how could a project like this ever be approved? With these unanswered questions, we have been unable to make decisions about our future. Should we fight or just move? We've already spent thousands of dollars to defend our property rights against this improperly issued permit. If we need to spend more, tens of thousands more, there will be less money available to move or for landscaping to screen this horrible eyesore. We've lost property value. Put yourselves in the shoes of a home buyer. Would you even consider purchasing a home with a solar farm just 27 inches off of your back wall? If yes, how much of a discount would you expect to receive to consider it? A 10% discount compared to a similar home without an encumbrance? 20%? More? If a home is appraised for $750,000, that's $75,000 to $150,000 lost of value for each of the impacted homes due to Simi Country Estates project. Deciding to sell and move isn't that easy. If we were to sell, where would we go? The housing market has been red hot this year. Record low rates, high property values, and low inventory. It would have been easy to sell in this type of market condition, albeit at a discount to what our home would sell without the encumbrance of this atrocious eyesore. With low inventory, our choices for replacement homes are extremely limited and, of course, more expensive. Even if we were to find a replacement home of similar value, it would cost many thousands of dollars in realtor commissions and moving costs. Market conditions have already begun to shift. Interest rates are up, more inventory is on the market. How much more of an impact will this project have on our home values in a buyer's market versus what we have today? And then there's property taxes. We originally purchased our home 20 years ago in 2002. California property tax is based on your original purchase price plus 1% per year. This means if we were to exchange our home for another of similar value, our property tax would nearly double in perpetuity. Can we come to an equitable compromise? Since day one, I've been asking that. Unfortunately, the applicant has not been acting in good faith since day one. This project has been disorganized and haphazard since the beginning. There have been a multitude of code violations resulting in the project being halted by HCD because Simi Country Estates failed to have this project approved by the city of Simi Valley. No consideration whatsoever for how this project would ruin our property values and destroy the reasonable enjoyment of our homes. Nothing. A compromise means both parties give something and we meet in the middle. How can we come to a compromise when the applicant has refused to speak to us? There have been no discussions with our community as to what an equitable compromise could look like. The proposed landscaping buffer is inadequate at best and more than likely to cause further harm to our retaining wall and encroach over our property line. Our community has zero confidence in the applicant's proposed landscape plans and continued commitment to maintain a suitable visual buffer. If the applicant would like to discuss what we, the impacted homeowners, would like as part of an equitable compromise, then the project owners at Simi Country Estates should give me a call. They have my number. This project has transformed our environment to an industrial zone. We vehemently oppose this project as planned, and we ask the commissioners, Commissioner Hodge, Commissioner Rice, Commissioner Tolson, Commissioner Gray, to deny their application. What Simi Country Estates has done here has damaged us. They've damaged us financially, and they've damaged us emotionally. Simi Country Estates and their ownership should pay. They should pay for our damages. They should pay for our time. They should pay for our energy. They should pay for our hurt and our sorrow. What Simi Country Estates here, what they have done is wrong. What you've done is wrong, Jimmy. And
Please,
Mark
please,
Williams,
excuse
wherever
me.
you are.
Excuse, Mr. Ross, you address the dais, please.
Sorry, Commissioner. With that, I just want to close, and I wanted to say thank you again to the planning commissioners for hearing our case and hearing what the public had to say.
Thank you very much.
Chairman Torson. Chairman Torson, to preserve the record, I want to make sure that a copy of this video is going to be made available to the staff.
I've sent all of the photographs. This is a slideshow off of the same photographs in which I submitted to staff, along with the video, which has all been submitted to staff.
That's correct.
That's
We've
correct.
received that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dennis Hunter. We need 5 copies.
There's 7 there.
Yes. Excuse me. It's his time to talk. Excuse me. This is the public hearing. The person at the podium has the time. We're respectful to him. Are all these slides the pages that we have?
Yes. Oh, no, it's booting up. It just had gone to sleep.
Chairman Tolson, I think it'd be appropriate for us to put at least one of these out there on the table, so if somebody wanted to look at them. Okay. Somebody will do that for you, Mr. Hoffman, or Mr. Hunter, I'm sorry. Has one been put out on the table? The table out in the foyer? On the foyer, yes.
We're going to have all those copies back up, that's all right, Commissioners?
You can have mine.
We there?
Yeah, we're,
How much longer? Guesstimate.
about 45 seconds. Good evening, Commissioners. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of my clients regarding the Simi Country Mobile Estates solar project. My name is Dennis Hunter. I own Buckeye Surveying and Engineering. I'm a local consultant here in Simi Valley, and I'd like to touch on some topics that haven't come up yet on the project that are pretty highly technical, as well as a different perspective on what the setbacks are for the proposed project that may differ from staff's, and I'd like you to consider an alternative perspective. So what's a little puzzling on the applicant's site plan is it seems to make not a distinction between assessors' tax parcel lines that are intended for tax assessment purposes and those of legally created lots. So I have the definition of a site from the Simi Valley Municipal Code is a parcel or a portion of a parcel or adjoining parcels considered a unit for the purposes of development, and I believe that's what we're referring to here. I believe that the boundaries of the mobile home site are the red outline on the exterior boundary. The applicant has shown on his site plan specifically development of what's known as Assessor's Tax Parcel 14, in which he's applying his setbacks, and I'll go on to show that in more detail. So the applicant is showing the 20-yard front setback off of what being represented as a cul-de-sac at the end of Rory Lane. I'll show later in my presentation that I don't believe there's a cul-de-sac right-of-way line there to be measuring the setback off of. And then they're using the rear setback off of the back of this tax parcel. So what I believe the case is, again, the heavy black line being the legal boundary for the site. And I believe the front lot line is this whole entire reach there. The side lot lines are on the sides here, and the rear line is adjacent to the railroad tracks. So that would, in my interpretation, require a 20-foot setback from my client's rear property line to any proposed structures to satisfy the city's front yard setback requirement. And as I mentioned, this is a copy of the county assessor's map. And as you can see, there's no cul-de-sac bulb here at the end of Rory Lane. A couple other examples. Here's a copy of the recorded subdivision map. Again, there's no cul-de-sac at the end of Rory Lane. I'll go on to another recorded track map. Again, there's no cul-de-sac at the end of Rory Lane. I believe the property line is this whole reach there, which the 20-foot should be measured off of that boundary line. I'd like to show a similar sample, also located here in Simi off of Big Sky Drive. As you can see, there's a oddly shaped cul-de-sac that terminates. This is the Rancho Simi boundary line, and there's a subdivision on the north side. So you can see the orientation of the house. It's not based on a setback off of the cul-de-sac. It's based on a setback off of this property line and the side yard setback off of this line. So in my opinion, this is a similar example to the mobile home park, granted not exactly, but I think it demonstrates my opinion as to how the front yard setback should be applied in a cul-de-sac example like this. And then here's a Google Street View of the site. Again, this is the front property line that the setback, my opinion, should be measured off of in that particular example. Again, the cul-de-sac that dead ends at the Rancho line. And then it was also brought up the neighborhood council, and that the feedback I'd gotten from staff was that the applicant chose not to participate in that process. That was news to me because I've been before your commission as well as city council, and I was never given the opportunity to turn down the neighborhood council. I mean, actually, one of my projects got voted recommendation of opposed from the neighborhood council. But I believe the code says that the purpose of the neighborhood council is to be advisory to the city council and the planning commission, not necessarily the applicant. So I think a lot of what you're hearing tonight could have been filtered, given the opportunity of the neighborhood council to vet the project before it came before you this evening. One topic that hasn't come up yet is the National Flood Insurance Program. This site is located within the floodway for the Arroyo Simi. And so I don't believe you can make the findings that the proper standards and conditions imposed protect the public health, safety, and welfare of the community. The city of Simi Valley, they participate in the National Flood Insurance Program, and they participate in the community rating system. So this is under 44 Code of Federal Regulations 60.3, and I bring your attention to the red text where it says prohibit encroachments. And so this carport structure with the solar panel roof is an encroachment into an adopted regulatory floodway of the National Flood Insurance Program. And as you see in red there, it says would not result in any increase. And FEMA goes on to say, FEMA defines any as meaning zero increase. It does not mean that you can allow 1/10 of a foot or even 100th of a foot increase in the water surface elevation. It means 0.00. And so we'll move on to the consultant study. So he submitted a drainage study to the city for review that the city felt was adequate to be able to make that recommended finding in the staff report. And it's based on taking 2 points about a mile apart and assuming that the slope of the channel along that whole almost mile was a constant 0.77%. And then he created a cross-section through the solar panel site and did a preconditions and a post-conditions with the structures in place. And so my comments on the consultant study is he only uses one cross-section to analyze development along 750 feet of floodway and does not account for the bridge culverts, which impact the water surface profile. The FEMA map has 4 water surface contours along this reach of the Arroyo Simi. The consultant also assumes that that straight grade between those 2 points that he identified. The consultant study was based on a software called HydroFlow and didn't use the effective hydraulic model used for the flood insurance study and the flood insurance rate maps that federal code requires.
Mr. Hunter, you've got a minute left.
All right. So even though the consultant study was based on inappropriate software, he still came to the conclusion that there was a 1/100th of a foot rise, which FEMA does not allow. I pointed out earlier that it's 0.00. And so I'll get to my conclusions. So my conclusions is the project is not in full compliance with the city's development code, specifically with regards to setbacks. The project should have been reviewed by the neighborhood council. The proper standards and conditions have not been imposed and do not protect the health and safety of the community because the proper flood insurance regulations haven't been enforced. I'd like to point out that carports with the solar panels are structures and are regulated by the National Flood Insurance Program. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening.
You still have 30 seconds.
I'm good.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read the name of the person who's speaking next, followed by the person who's on deck, so they can be prepared to come speak. So first we're going to hear 5 minutes each. Mr. John Lapper, followed by David Griggs.
John Lapper, Simi Valley. Honorable Planning Commissioner members, I'm very familiar with the workings of the Simi Valley City Council. However, the Planning Commission process is new to me, so I will stick to some basic points, observations, and questions relative to the applicant's request for installation of new structure for solar panels in Carport. I will say that you all should consider running for City Council because I'm very impressed with the way you conduct yourselves. Thank you. Okay, my name is John Lapper, and I am the president of Los Arboles Homeowners Association in Simi Valley. My major concern with this project is that it is a blatant eyesore blocking the view of residential community. The thought of this project being approved and thus setting a precedent that just because it's solar, thus environmentally friendly, it's okay to place these structures up against a residential house, blocking a view and potentially decreasing the value to the homeowner. That alone should block this particular project. Wrong place for this solar farm. In reviewing the staff report, I am seeing a giant commercial solar farm butting up against residential houses. A structure 675 feet long, or over 2 football fields, is no small endeavor. 36,212 square feet of new photovoltaic canopies, most of which will not be a carport, and this is huge. Questions arise as to who the estimated 1 million kilowatt hours produced each year will benefit. I find it very hard to believe that all this investment is just to give back to these homeowners without no benefit to the operator of the park. Going to skip some stuff because you guys have been so thorough. I understand the applicant declining the opportunity to present the project to the neighborhood council. Why? I understand the applicant declined to meet with the neighboring community. Why? Amiable solutions are impossible without communication between all parties affected. The Simi Arroyo and flood plan appear to be in play. I would hope that the city and environmental services have verified that the studies submitted meet all FEMA guidelines. I understand any variance created by these structures is not allowed. Flood insurance rates and liability from harm done by the structure during a 100-year floodplain event could put the taxpayers of Simi Valley in harm's way. I have serious concerns about this structure being 2.5 feet behind a resident's property. I would hope the Planning Commission has done due diligence in determining parcels and determinations of what is front, rear, side easements that require setbacks per Simi Valley Municipal Code 9-24.050. Lastly, the suggested planting of the Thuja green giant plants in a 5-foot strip, it would appear that these 15-gallon trees could present a problem with their root system, not developing properly, erosion, disturbing existing retainer walls, subject to Simi Valley high winds, rodent issues, maintenance issues, or an obstruction during flooding. It would seem very likely that these trees would also form a canopy over the solar panels and neighboring homes. I would hope the Planning Commission declines the applicant's permit. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. We're going to have David Griggs followed by Rolando de la Cruz.
Good evening, Commissions. My name's David Griggs. I've been a resident of Simi Valley for 16 years. My wife is with me tonight. She's been here for more than 40 years. We've been residents of the Simi Country Estates for 7 years. And I want to begin by saying the Country Estates is a wonderful place to raise a family, but I live in fear of retaliation from the park management on what I'm about to say. Some of my points may be off topic, but I make them to declare a distinct point. My wife and I strongly oppose the construction of the installation of the solar farm proposed by this hearing. We have no opposition to the use of solar panels, just the way the project has been managed. Here's where the management failed. We were given no communication from the management about what was going to be done, ever. We were given no advance notice of any part of this project whatsoever. No timeline was given for when the project would start or end. Guest parking has been used for storage of construction materials for many months. Guest parking was and still being used for storage of recreational vehicles. Entrance to the entrance, so let me slow down, I'm sorry. Entrance and exit paths on Kitsy Way and Mark Lane have been used for large vehicle storage for more than a year. These vehicles are parked in such a way that they cannot be seen without driving these streets themselves. I'm sure this was done to hide any code violations from the city or fire department. There is no handicap parking anywhere in the park. The last spot was removed during construction. This is a violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act. The second point I want to make is, where is this power going to be used? Is this electricity going to be used for general electricity of the park? Or is it going to be the residents of the park? Will there be a discount passed on to us, or will the park be its own power company and charging whatever it wants to? Okay. There's been many changes over the years. This park is solar farm being the latest and most interruptive of them all. I have a list here of negative things the park has done. I don't want to get into detail. This is quite off topic, but many of us were I mean, so I do want to say that the management of the park is very disrespectful to its peoples, and we have no one to go to when things go wrong. For the last several years, on the 5th of July, myself and other residents have noticed scarring on the asphalt in front of Unit 27. The scarring can only be caused by illegal fireworks. I know this as I'm a professional fire technician. In addition to the scarring, I've found litter from such fireworks on the ground. If you know anything about parks like ours, they tend to be a tinderbox during fires. Entire parks have been lost because of such activities. Space 27 just happens to belong to the girlfriend of the park's maintenance manager, Cliff, who lives with her. I personally watched him set off them. This activity not only threatens my life and my livelihood, by the maintenance manager of the park. If any resident of the park has done this, they would be immediately expelled. We have no one to report this activity to. I bring it up here so it can be a public record on how poorly this park is managed. I have other points, but I am not going to get into them. In conclusion, I realize I am no saint. I am a human. I make mistakes like everyone else. I have not been the perfect tenant. My wife and I are tired of the selective enforcement of the rules, otherwise known as harassment. Some of these activities could come with a breach of contract and harassment class action lawsuit. This grotesque monstrosity is representation of we can do what we want and you have no say-so attitude of the park management. Today, we have finally have a say-so. After the many years of being harassed and watching rapid decline of our neighborhood and the management of things, we would support them. The management would think we would support them. Because of this poor behavior, this solar farm must be removed. This project is a perfect example of the lack of communication and illegal activities by the management of our beautiful Simi Country Estates. Thank you.
Thank you. Rolando de la Cruz, followed by Chris Willison.
I'm going to just project a picture for Roland, if that's all right.
Let's get this thing going. Mr. De La Cruz, step forward, please.
This is your house, Roland. Tell them about your house.
Yeah, all right. That's my house. That's my gardener, and I'm
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
All right.
Thank you.
That's my house there. I've been living there. We were living there for 32 years. My father owned it. I retired from Southern California Edison. So I bought it from him since 2011. Been living there. And I had a very good view here, watching
Can you
this.
speak to us, please? I'm sorry.
I had a very good view from my patio down to here. Okay. Now, all right, let me talk about myself so that you will know who I am. I was an IBM manager. I was Southern California manager, IT computer manager. I handle all the computer systems running San Onofre, the nuclear power plant. Okay. In IBM, I develop systems, million-dollar systems. I do a project plan. I have cost-benefit analysis. I have project plans to support all of those. Not like this project here, which is really bad. How can you have a project wherein you've already created the structure? There's so many issues involved, and you never talk to the right stakeholders. You know who the stakeholders are? The people involved. Who will be affected? The community, the motor home, my motor village, the Crest, Ross houses, those houses there are affected. They're stakeholders. The environment, the city council, the Simi Valley itself is also affected because of all this publicity. The negative connotations on the city council. Why were you not involved in the beginning? Why only the HCD was involved together with this Mark Williams? What was happening below the belt? I'm from the Philippines. I live under Marcos, but I don't want to live with him. I left the Philippines, went to Australia, and then I went to the United States because I know United States is a good country. I appeal to your goodness. I appeal for your service to the community, all right? Because you are good, you're serving us. Now, I am appealing to your conscience to put down this project. It was bad in the very beginning. It will never get off ground. How can you guarantee me that if a lightning strikes that solar farm, I'm not going to get killed? The houses are not going to burn. How can you guarantee if this farm is moved so that it will comply with the distance to the fence? Well, to my house, it's only about 6 feet away, right? Imagine me sleeping there and the banging is clicking every day, 7 or 6 o'clock to 7 or 8 in the evening, because they're still cleaning up. Imagine the sewer they broke. It was so bad smell, they did not apologize to me, didn't do anything. I waited for it, I had to get away. I saw the city council came and fix it. I saw the man go into the hole to fix something. So that's how bad experience. I'm the one who's affected because I'm just in the middle of the battleground. Sorry. There's more I'd like to take, and I'm sorry I'm a bit emotional and bad because I feel like was this a bad decision to buy this house from my father and stay here, and then I have all these problems to worry about. Anyway, it's my decision whether to live there, sell it, or whatever, but I'd like to say my piece to benefit all this community, my neighbors and everybody. I can ask you, all right, who told you, who guaranteed to you that if they build this, okay, nothing will happen? It will give you $2 billion so that the mobile home behind would not have pay rent. Who guarantees you that they will produce that money? What if it's not? Within 6 months or a year, it doesn't. Who's going to suffer? We around here, you are going to suffer. This will be public in the newspaper and everything like that. Look at your future. I appeal to you because me in IBM, I don't handle projects like that. They criticize my project, the cost-benefit analysis.
That red light means your time's up. Finish what you're saying.
Okay. And then before I even start, no other questions is involved because it has already been answered. They've already started too many problems. You see the sign, warning sign here.
Thank you very
Sorry.
much.
Nice meeting you guys.
Chris Willison, followed by Rick Ball.
Chairman Tolson, if I could be given a moment. Ma'am, in the back, it's you. Hello, the white jacket, white shirt. You don't understand the acoustics in this room. When you speak and whisper to people, we hear you. When you make noise with your electronics, we hear you. Whatever it was. Okay.
We've been hearing you talk, however.
All good. Just letting you know that.
Please, if you're at the dais, please. That's when you speak. Otherwise, out
I
in the
really am
hallway.
trying to pay attention to everybody, and it's nicer if there's no distractions. And so, thank you very much for not creating any.
As we know who's coming up, Mr. Ross, can we get these pictures taken prepared ahead of time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead and state your name, please.
Hi, I'm Chris Willison. I live in the Briarwood community. Thank you, commissioners, for having me up here. I just wanted to share a little bit of information about the tree selection and some more information as well. The proposed 5-foot buffer that, for the project, we feel is inadequate for placing trees of this size and this nature. I think we've already kind of, beat this topic up already, so I'm not going to spend tons and tons of time on it. These green giants are recommended only up to landscape zone 8, and California's zone 10 is not recommended. The mature height of these things, these monsters, is like 30 to 50 feet. 30 to 50 feet. So I don't think those would work too well. So those would interfere with everything around them, and they would be basically a nightmare for tree crews to even get in there. There's no way for them to even get in there to trim these things with the solar structure being in the way. The mature width of these things is about 12 to 15 feet, that's 12 to 15 feet. That's pretty large. So I think that, the area, the strip of area that was selected to put these kinds of trees is not going to really work out too well. Yeah, the plan indicates the tree placement, 10 FOC, recommend 5 for visual screening purposes. It could take quite some time for them to be large enough to even cover up, the large structure, 3 to 5 years probably. Yeah, so they're going to be placed in between the posts, so that's not going to really give you a visual screen of the posts themselves. I think we went through that as well. So we lack the confidence in the Simi County estates to properly maintain the visual buffer. And there's other problems with the trees, while the trees are drought tolerant, given the current recommendations for water usage, there's the chance that they'll, probably end up dying from not getting enough water. And then another problem is these things would be put near our retaining wall, which the structure could have already been impacted by the installations of those posts 27 inches from our wall. So there could already be problems, cracks or damage done to the wall already. And then you're going to be putting these trees there, which could, impact that as well. So we just feel that the applicant has not been in good faith from the beginning. We've mentioned that topic, us being kind of in the dark about the project until it just started. We're not confident that the applicant will be able to maintain a proper visual buffer. And as well, as was mentioned by some other people, the usability of our property is diminished, and the property value is being diminished as well from this. It's an eyesore. So that's really all I have. So I'll give you guys some time back.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Rick Ball, followed by Richard Ross. Oh.
Thank you, Commissioners. As President of the Board of Directors for Briarwood Homeowners Association, I am here to represent our 67 homeowners and our concerns regarding this proposed solar project, adjacent to our perimeter and bordering our homes. We are appalled that this project commenced without any public notification to our owners bordering this project and without submittal to the City of Simi Valley. Near the beginning of this project, when they were drilling the foundations for the vertical posts, a sewer line was drilled into, necessitating the City of Simi Valley to bring in very noisy pumping equipment for 3 days, which ran for 24/7 all night long, adjacent to my house and to the gentleman that was living in the trailer park right next door. Very disruptive to us during that time, and it indicates a lack of planning. Also, since the city of Simi Valley had to do the corrective measures, they brought in a construction company to do that. Who's paying for that? Is that the citizens of Simi Valley? We found out that the drilling of the foundations of the vertical posts were very close to the Briarwood's perimeter block wall, which was shown in the pictures, less than 27 inches from the property line, possibly compromising the integrity of our block wall foundation. This block wall is at the south end of our flood detention basin, which was required by the developer in the event that the 2 storm drains for the entire community fail. The integrity of this wall is critical. The detention basin, while prohibiting any permanent structures, we can't put anything in that area. It has to remain for an overflow. Serves our homeowners and their families and many children with a safe, open place to enjoy. A large solar installation closely adjacent to the space is not conducive to that. The proposed landscaping has been talked about, and in addition to maintaining it and trimming it, those large trees have a tendency to have rodents. There's a lot of rodents in the arroyo. We've already had problems in our community with homeowners having to hire companies to come in and control those. So, the whole idea of the proposed landscaping, it doesn't make any sense at all. So we're hopeful that the common sense and courtesy will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, we've been going for 2 hours and 10 minutes. While we resolve this issue, maybe now is a good time for a 10-minute break.
Can I ask a real quick question before we take a break of Richard Ball? No? Okay.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. It's 20 till 9. We're going to go till 10 till 9. Thank you. Thanks for that mess up. James? Thank
Good
you.
evening. My name is James Insera. I'm one of the property investors at Simi Country. I was up here earlier speaking. We were talking about electrical. Mr. Ross had brought it up. I don't know what his background is in electrical, but I've spent the last 40 years as a lineman, high voltage splicer, working for various municipalities, PG&E, Edison, DWP. I don't know if you understand, but Edison right now is doing a 5-year project on doing a retrofit on concentric wiring. And they're currently 3 years behind on a 5-year project. Our residents in Simi Country, 2 Thanksgivings ago, lost power for 72 hours. Where was Edison? Nowhere to be found. Where was the Red Cross? Nowhere. Nobody came out to help these folks. Reach out to the city of Simi Valley, nobody can give us an answer. Edison, no answers. Mr. Ross was affected in their community as well, along with surrounding communities there. Currently, the system that we're putting in, being in a high fire area, you can put battery backup on. So when the power goes out, it will buffer it through, and as long as the sun is shining, our residents would have light. They may not have 100% power distribution, but it would be enough to where these people, our folks, our community would be comfortable. As far as the surrounding communities, we've always tried to be a good neighbor. We've never come to the city of Simi Valley asking for any help, any support ever through earthquakes and other disasters, fires, never once. We don't do any pass-throughs in the park. Oh, let's paint this or re-asphalt this. We don't expect our residents to pay for any of it. We take care of our own property. We want to put this system in. It'll afford, along with our residents, myself and other employees and investors are also residents in this community. We are all affected. Unfortunately, we're affordable housing. Other individuals talk about home values and everything else. We need to, within the confines of our community, we talk about just surviving. And we're not surviving when Edison keeps shutting the power down. 12 times this has happened in less than 2 years. It'll be 100 degrees out. The wind's up a little bit. You shut the power off. My mother, my father, unfortunately, are deceased, but if they were living in the park, I would be livid. We're trying to help ourselves and our community. That's the basis of all we're doing. Unfortunately, we went to the city told us, nope, that's all HCD. That's what we did. We followed what we were told to do, period. That's it. Nobody, unfortunately, cares about the community that we all live in. It's painfully obvious when you call Edison, you call other municipalities, they don't care. We put the solar's 100% functional along with battery backup. There you go. You see the schools, you see the hospitals, this building, solar. Police department, solar. We're just trying to, one, lessen the load on Edison's grid, which Edison can't even keep the power on to begin with. I don't know if any one of you have ever tried to call Edison when there's a power outage. You get 5, it depends how many times you call. If you call 10 times, you get 10 different answers. Then you can go online, you can actually see it. Well, the power will be on between 5 a.m. and 12 tomorrow afternoon. It's unfortunate, it's terrible. These people are suffering. We're suffering. I've had to suffer. I appreciate the time. I thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let's try this one more time. Raman Lingam Subramaniam, followed by Anthony Olzalewski. Oh, stepped out or left? Okay, thank you very much. He was in opposition. Anthony Oskalewski, followed by Ryan Bleberg.
Hi, I'm Anthony Olszewski. I'm not even sure if I'm even saying it right. Don't feel bad. So, yes, I'm a resident of Rory Lane. I moved in there with my mother when my father divorced her in 1979 because she found a place where she could afford a home and take her 2 children she still had with her and with an affordable rent. And so I have lived there since then. And I've lived with my mother on and off, and now I moved in as a teenager, and now I am a senior citizen and married and live there with my wife. So I've been there for some 40 years, and I've seen over the years, one of the big factors in there is these places were originally created for seniors, and there is a lot living in there in that. And a lot of the critical times have been summers, and the heat and the summer and the mobile home living plays a lot of stress on these seniors, and a lot have passed away in the summer times, and like lately, like Mr. and Sarah was saying with the outages and all that, it has just doubled down the problems and the stress and all that stuff of living in the park. So, you know, another thing, I was hearing a lot of complaints about their property values and stuff like that over there too. And you know, when I moved in there, these facilities weren't even there. The houses or the apartments or the senior complex on the other side, and you know, they put their $1 million homes over there in the middle of mobile homes and apartments and condominiums, and then there's a senior complex. So it's all pretty much low rent living over there. So I don't know if that affects the property values or stuff like that, you know, but I find it sort of an insult that they're looking down on us, you know, that we're ruining their values of their houses is the thing that's important to them when we're just trying to survive. And you know, another thing too is I don't ever remember when any of these projects went down on the street of Rory Lane and that, I have never got any notifications or invitations or anything to discuss any of their projects in that. So, yeah, I think that's about it for me. Everything else I think's been covered. I just hope, you know, the one thing that I do know that I heard that this project will benefit us, that it's going to lessen our demand from the grid, so it does lower our prices because we're using less electricity. So I know that will be a benefit for us. And most of us in there are on fixed incomes, so that is a big deal. So thank you for letting me speak to you guys.
Thank you very much. Ryan Bleberg, followed by Hiramar Bleberg. Ryan.
1 second, please.
It's ready.
It's ready. My name is Ryan Bleiberg. I am a resident. I am Jerry's neighbor. So this monstrosity does abut my house. I grew up here in Simi Valley. I moved out to the San Fernando Valley for quite a while. When I was able to afford to come back here after having kids, I wanted to come back to Simi Valley. I loved it. It's a great place to raise a family. I work very hard. I put a lot of money in my backyard, over $40,000 in my backyard, and we would enjoy barbecues, playing cards outside. My daughter loves playing outside. Since this thing has gone up, nobody wants to go outside anymore. It has caused a lot of stress with me and my wife. When this started going up, we talked a lot about moving. We looked at alternative housing. We just couldn't afford anything else. We got in at a reasonable price here, and when we looked to move, everything was $800,000, $850,000, $900,000. We moved here because we loved the neighborhood, we loved our neighbors, it was quiet, beautiful. Now we don't even want to go outside. After spending all that money on our backyard, we don't even enjoy our backyard after putting all that money in it. It's caused a lot of stress between me and my family for wanting to move, and we just can't afford it. I respectfully request that you guys do not approve this project. It's gonna cause a lot of devaluation of the house. We can't move because we can't afford to move anywhere else. And the reason I came back out here is to be in this great community. So I hope that you guys rule against it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We've got Hiramar Bleberg, followed by Victoria Wright.
Hi, my name is Erimar. I'm sorry when my English is not really clear. I'll try my best, okay? This is my house. That's right in the corner. You can see I can touch that thing. I get a 1 day. First of all, I'm sorry. I had 3 jobs. 3, because I like to live that way. So I pay a lot of money for my kid and my family to live that way. It's not fair what happened. One day I just wake up and I just see that big ride right there. I thought Disneyland is moving to my backyard already. It made this thing in my backyard. It's really bad. This is the view from my room right now. This is exactly what I saw right now. That's not right. That's not fair. This is my view in my room, my house. And yes, I pay a lot of money. And yes, I had 3 jobs. If they make money because they save money, I don't. I pay a lot. And I'm working hard to pay my house and to pay the way I want to live. So I'm sorry. This is my daughter. Enjoy the backyard. We don't enjoy anymore. I cry on the time I'm going to the backyard. Because yes, 2019, I buy my spa. I make a lot of, I put a lot of money in my backyard. Look at the before and look at now. We don't have the view anymore. We can touch that thing from my backyard. That's not right. That's all I want to say. I'm working hard to pay to live in my house. So this is not, for me, it's not fair what's going on. They want to live better. They pay more. I'm sorry, they save money. I don't. Our electricity went out too. Yes, like them. Same thing. We lose electricity for 3 days or 2 days, exactly on what's on Thanksgiving Day. We're ready to put everything and cook. No electricity for 24 hours. Same thing. We have same problem. So to me, you know what? That's not right. They save money, we don't. We lose. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Ross, we need copies of these pictures. Thank you. Victoria Wright, followed by Subramanyam Palosta.
Hello, Commissioners, and thank you for hearing us today. I would like to point out that Mr. Ross is not the only person in Simi Valley to come out about something being built. My mom's political career started about dirt behind our backyard and houses being built where they could look into our bedrooms. The city changed that plan, and my mom kept fighting, and eventually was sat on the city council, was mayor, senator, and state assemblyman. She says state assemblyman and the mayor. So we have a way that we do things here in Simi. That's why people move here. They move for the certain atmosphere they're getting and a certain type of respect they expect from the city. That's why we have neighborhood councils. We were the first community in California to have them, and every other community has mirrored us since then. So there's a reason why there's a reason why he isn't going to them, because he knows they'll tell him no. He knows they will advise the city council no, and the city council will listen to them. That's the role of our neighborhood council. First thing I like to say is this is nothing against Mark, the owner. I think he's a good guy. He's never come across, he's always helped me out when I've needed things. He let me take care of my mom without a problem there. He's been a wonderful man. The problem seems to be with what the management, Mr. Yacero, wants to do. Now, if he had done this right, he would have held a meeting in our rec center, invited all the neighbors in to listen, and figured out what would have worked. That's what a good neighbor does, okay? He doesn't care about us in the park. I've lived there 25 years, and you know why my rent hasn't gone up? It's called a rent mediation board of the city of Simi Valley we go before. He has to prove he's improved our park for our rent to go up. In 25 years, he's gotten a $10 increase. That's it. He's gone 5 times, but only one time got an increase of $10, and was told the last time, don't come, because we might lower it the next time. We've lost amenities. Our rec center was closed even after things were supposed to be open for COVID. It's been closed up until Sunday. Right before this meeting, they open it now. Your insurance, car insurance, gave you money back for not using your car all year round. We never got money back for not being able to use our rec center. As a matter of fact, there's solar panels sitting on that permanent structure, and the other house by it that was for management they now rent. No permitting was ever done by the city, and those are permanent buildings. HCD does not regulate that. I've talked to HCD. I've talked to the Senate Select Committee up in Sacramento, who governs the MRL, which is the Mobile Home Residency Law. They will tell you HCD has no control over something that isn't a mobile home. They don't run the land. The city gives them the authorizations. The city determines this. The zoning determines it. And once you let this go up, it will ripple through the community. Everybody who owns a park, why wouldn't Tom Mackel, who owns the big center there on Cochran Street, want to do the same? Why wouldn't everybody with big parking lots want to have solar farms? They're going to make money off of it. They'll make it better. If he really wants to help us park residents, I got a plan for you. There's 2 things you could do. First, let Edison come in and meter us so we can now put solar panels on our own homes. That's the only thing that stops me from putting solar panels on my triple wide. My house is worth over $400,000. That's not low income. You move into the park, it's almost $1,500 a month just for your slot fee. That's not gas, water, power, sewage, or trash, which is all included. And God help you if you can't make one of those payments because you're evicted. Where if you had a regular home, Edison might give you a break. Gas company might give you a break. They want to help us put a generator there next time the power goes out that lights up all the homes. And when you have seniors in the back row that don't have power for 4 or 5 months because of the park, you fix it. You don't make them come to the city. If he cared about the park, that's what he would do in the residents in it. We are consistently harassed, and I'm sure every single one of us that have spoke tonight will get something backlashed at us for it. They leave me alone only because of the fact that they know I know better. This all started when we got letters. You know the letter I got? We didn't get a letter that they were building something. I got a letter telling me my jet ski could no longer remain there because it was a watercraft and CAL FIRE said it was dangerous. CAL FIRE has no jurisdiction. That's the County of Ventura Fire Department. They control everything. When I told him that, he said, oh, you guys can leave your stuff. Me and my friend down the street, we left our stuff there. A month into COVID, all of a sudden her stuff is repoed in the middle of the night on a lien that's an illegal lien he put out there to steal her stuff. You go to the police, what do they say? It's a civil matter. He will twist the business code. He will do everything he can to get what he wants. He started something, He made a mistake, and now he's trying to fix it along the way. You want to put that solar farm somewhere? There's a big hill behind in the back of the property they own, a mountain and a big area. It's nothing but weeds. Okay, they have to clear it for CAL FIRE every year. Why not put the solar panels there? They're out of everybody's view. They'll still get the sun. He actually will have more ground that he can put solar panels on. I approached him when I was on the neighborhood council because they were going to make sure that where you put your RVs and stuff on people with big, large pieces of property would only be allowed 3 with pads. They were looking for people to build storage areas. They have a flood zone right next to the park. That flood zone, I suggested to him, why don't you just level everything, pour some concrete, throw some lines, cameras, and everything. The city will give you a conditional use permit. We were told that at the neighborhood council within 7 days to start because they need storage facilities. And I said, I bet you could probably sneak in solar panels on top of it. Then he does this. Okay, I think you guys really need to look at that and look at the MRL and really read it. And you'll realize he can't raise my rent.
Subramaniam, followed by Salon Brower.
Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak this morning. I came to this country about 35 years back as an international student from India. Worked hard my way and came to California to settle down with my family, raise my family here. I chose Simi Valley because of the protection it gave in terms of what I call a safe community and a safe neighborhood. I chose this place to be here to bring up my family. I bought a home in Briarwood community, which is abutting this solar farm now. I raised my 2 children there, and I have a son who is special needs, who used to still enjoy that area, what we call as the basin, where the stormwater collects though. That is the place I take him even today. I moved to a different place now, but I still bring him to the community on a regular basis. So he knows the area, he has been familiar with that place, and he can enjoy that park area where he can hit ball, do things, and look at the mountains. What has this solar farm brought us here? We lost our view. I think one of the consultants for the farm was saying that they've not lost their view. They go to the 2nd floor, they can still see the mountains. You go inside the park, you see nothing. Nothing but a big piece of cement or whatever the concrete or whatever the thing is. We lost our views, we lost everything there. There's no place for the kids to enjoy the mountains looking from that basin or whatever the wash basin or wherever the flood water collects. And the HOA is so grateful with the rules that we don't allow any what I call permanent structures to be put in place. So we have been protecting that place in the last 22 years. You can see how mint condition it is now, even after 22 years. This solar farm has ruined everything. Okay, coming to my background, I'm a consultant working for different companies doing IT consulting now. I worked for SCE about a couple of years back. I was one of the guys who have now installed those smart meters, what we call them socket-based routers, who read your electrical meter readings from your meter that is installed. We read them on the air though. I heard some of the consultants or the owners of the place saying that SCE, we don't know anything about background. I manage these projects, which are multi-million-dollar projects, last 2 years though. I'm not supporting here what SCE is doing though. We are losing power. There are different reasons for that. And saying that putting a solar farm will help the grid is nothing but a bunch of baloney, seriously. Okay? SCE is doing it for different reasons. When they switch off the power, it is because high winds, you don't want your houses to be burnt. There are a lot of reasons. I don't want to educate you on that. You know very well. Based on the questioning you did in the very opening remarks, I'm truly impressed with the kind of background you brought and the study you've done to ask those right questions though. What I'm here to say is that this place is an eyesore, okay? Let's not talk about property values. Property values are highly impacted though. We understand that though. But putting something that is taken into consideration without even contacting the neighbors, as you said, is not a good practice though. As you said, a lot of us, when we do something, or the improvements, we talk to our neighbors, get their approvals, or seeking their approvals, seeking their recommendations before we do anything. Nothing of that sort was done though. We have a HOA there, and somebody claiming that ignorance, that they don't know who the neighbors are, is once again something unacceptable. I know you guys are well educated, well informed. I wish you can make a right decision in opposing this farm once for all so that it can be moved to a different place. If the intention of the owners is to build something affordable electric generation for the people who are living in that community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ceylon Brower, followed by Craig Maki.
I believe that's me, Alan Brower. My chicken scratch was
Oh my gosh,
probably of
it
the
is Alan.
doctors.
I apologize.
No problem, no problem. Thanks for having me up here anyway, once again. And I just want to try to set the record straight on a couple different points that have been thrown out there. I don't know if it's carelessly or just out of pure emotion, but just a couple of things. This project has followed the letter of the law.
Excuse me, Chairman Tolson. I believe that the agenda allows an opportunity for the applicant to address issues that are brought up during the public hearing. And they have an opportunity to come up and speak last. Maybe you don't know that, but I don't think it would be appropriate for you to speak 3 times. So if given the opportunity to make those comments as the agenda calls for, perhaps you would defer.
I can just waive my right to speak last and just go for it right now, if you're okay with that.
Well, then the other people in your group, would have to do the same thing, as far as I'm aware. So either you guys waive your right to speak, or you take it now, or wait until everybody else has spoken and then follow the agenda.
Well, as a group, we'll be happy to wait last, I suppose, then, because I don't want to waive anybody else's rights to speak. So
Thanks, Alan. Appreciate that.
no problem. Thank you.
Be back.
Craig Maki, followed by Chris Alessi.
Yeah, thank you. Craig Mackey, I'm a resident in the community that is impacted by the installation of that solar farm. I feel for the individuals at the trailer park. My wife grew up here in Simi Valley, and her grandmother lived in the trailer park, and my wife spent the vast amount of her formidable years there at her grandmother's house. My son's fiance currently lives at in the park, in the trailer park. I have nothing against the trailer park. My wife has very fond memories of that area. I have nothing against solar. I have solar in my own home, and drive an electric car in order to try to conserve or to protect the environment. But what we don't have is when I had put on my solar onto my home, just as others had commented, I asked my neighbors. I went to my neighbors to my left, went to my neighbors to the right, went to my neighbors across from me, because those are the people who are going to be able to see the solar panels on my roof. So I went and I informed them, and I actually got them to sign off on forms, indicating that they acknowledge that I'm putting this up, because that is something that you do. These are steps that were not taken with regard to the solar panels or the solar system that is anticipated, that they're attempting to build across from our property. While I do not have the impact that Mr. Ross and others do of having it in their direct backyard, it is clearly visible from my front yard, and from most of the photo or most of the plot diagrams that have been shown up there, you can see my property on those drawings. Just to comment on some of the presentations on behalf of the applicant, we do have elevation views from Rory, but what we don't have are elevation views from our community, because what they have proposed on the elevation views that is in the handout and what has been shown up on the screen, it shows the existence of the trees in the exact same place as where the steel beams currently exist. So I question, since there is a literal line of a steel beam going along the entire north property line, which is in the identical location of where they plan to put these trees, how is it that the trees can coexist in the exact same area as that giant steel, the giant steel beams and the giant steel posts? If they have these trees 10 feet apart, they're going to have to be in between the steel beams, the steel posts that are there. So those trees are not going to obstruct or not going to cover the existence of that steel structure. It can't. And so if they are going to be moving forward with this, if they are going to be permitted to move forward with this, we have to see what the actual elevation is going to be like. I do watch, for prurient interest, I watch you guys on, in a lot of your meetings when you're talking about new constructions going on. And any housing developments that come in, you have elevations from every angle. Here we don't. Here we have just one elevation screen from a view which they prefer because it shows a tree blocking those beams. But that's not what reality is going to be like. So I appreciate your time here, and I thank you very much for.
Mr. Baki, what can you tell? Do you live on Juniper's Court?
Blazewood.
Okay.
Blazewood.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, we've got Chris Alessi followed by Marcy Ross.
Good evening, commissioners, attorney. Thank you for letting me speak today. I am a 33-year resident of Simi Country Estates. I've been through many hardships in that part, earthquakes, floods, everything. I just want to say Jimmy is a good manager. He means well, and I do believe what he's trying to do there is to benefit and help us save money and hopefully to pass it on to the residents. I've seen a lot of things decline over the years. Now, I started in there with my rent as $260 a month. Now it's $1,450 for new people coming in. There's been times when we had to take it, I had to have a hearing with the Mobile Home Mediation Board to protest against the rent, because the rent, they were trying to jack it up 5% every year. And I just couldn't take it anymore, so I got the petition and I had a hearing, and we made them open up their books, and we found out that after expenses, they were making $1.2 million. Now, if Jimmy can get this thing going, maybe he can put it, like Vicky said, maybe he can put it in another area in the park where it's not blocking people's views and keeping people happy, then maybe the money that could be saved from this could be passed on to the residents, and we can once again have our streets done every year like we used to and have our trees trimmed like we used to. I don't see any of that anymore. It takes sometimes up to 9 months to change light bulbs in the park. So I would like to see that if this did go through, I'm all for it. I'm kind of torn between what Jimmy wants to do and what the residents are going through. I'm really right in the middle, and I understand, and I have a really heart for the people who it's blocking their view. Now, I live right behind it. I am right behind that. And, I look at it and I think, geez, okay, but it's going to help. So to me, it's okay. But for other people, I can understand that it is blocking their view because I'm facing north. So, it's really, I got the townhouses and everything that I see in my view. But for those people that are facing south, I can understand that it is blocking their view and it's kind of harming their property value and all that. But maybe there's a possibility that you can compromise, work something out, and hopefully still have these solar panels in the park, but put them in a place where it'll be good and people will agree on it. That's all. That's all I want to say. And I think it can happen if we just work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Marcy Ross, followed by Raju.
Hi, my name's Marcy Ross. Thank you for listening to all of us today. I just wanted to say something, to make sure that gets on the record before I talk from the heart. We understand from our engineer that there may be an easement belonging to Ventura County Flood Control that is adjacent to the channel right-of-way to allow excavation and future repair. We were unable to get a copy of this project title report to do further research. So I just want to make sure that that was said. I'm not an expert. I don't know all the technicalities, but I just know as a resident, as a mom, as a teacher, it's been tough. It's been a tough couple of years. I'm sitting upstairs in my room. I've got my computer on. I'm teaching preschool over Zoom, and I get this drilling, and I get this banging, and then I have my dogs that are afraid and scared from this loud noise. They're cowering in the corner, and they're hiding, and they're shaking. What's going on? We had no idea. We were not notified what any of this was, and it kept on going and banging for long periods of time. Loss of sleep, loss of enjoyment. We don't know what's going on. We also had all the power outages, as most of Simi Valley did during that year. And it was tough. There was nowhere to go. Where are you going to go? You can't go in your backyard because you feel so closed in. You feel so boxed in. You know, as a young family, we moved to Simi Valley because we heard such wonderful things. We had family here. It was a place to raise a family. It was quiet. Everybody was friendly. People helped each other out, and they worked together. And I feel that there is no reason why we can't somehow work this out as a community so everyone benefits. Yes, there's compromise, but in the long run, if there's a way for us to make it work, so people get the solar who need their solar, so we don't feel, in the surrounding communities, don't feel boxed in, are able to get some enjoyment and use of their backyard. We haven't sat in our backyard since it started. We haven't barbecued. We haven't had music. We haven't had family over. There's no enjoyment anymore. So please take this in consideration, and hopefully we can find a way to work as neighbors and as a community so everyone benefits and everyone is happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Raju, followed by Lida Brengel.
Dear Commissioners, my name is Raju. I moved from Culver City for the better school and better safety to Simi Valley 20 years ago. And I felt very, very nice. My kids went to Vista and better schools, and they're very good. I like it, Simi Valley, safest place. That's the reason one of my friends who used to live here in Simi, he convinced me to come over here. The reason, during the entire talk, what I heard was economics, what I heard was like electricity, green energy, and everything. Nobody talked about any assessment on health hazardment. Nowadays, there is a talk going on scientifically about the EMF, electrical magnetic force. This electrical magnetic force not only affect the brain, it also small babies. Next to that grid, there's a small park in our community. That community is crowded by kids. All the evening when you come over there, they're all play there. Assume there is an electric magnetic field there, and that will affect the kids' brain. Small kids are playing there. One of the reasons many people move into this community is a kids-friendly community. So the major thing is nobody's talked about any health hazard on this because of the grade. So because of that, we need to, I really request you, not only it's a health hazard, no assessment has done, but because of all possible economical, suppose these three, I'm just one block away from Jerry's house, and I could able to hear those days when they're banging, all the building, all those things. That's because nobody knows in our community they're going to build it. And we have a big association, homeowner association. Nobody was informed, nobody came to talk with us. That's very, very sad. Even in third world country, people look for somebody's approval. Here in America, it's very, very sad. We could not able to get anything from them. Because of this, not only because of the economical value will go down, because of the health hazard, I request you guys, please do not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lyda Brengel.
It's Linda.
Oh,
That's okay.
yeah, it's right there, Linda.
Anyway, yes, I'm new at this. I'm not real good at public speaking. I just want to tell you one thing. I've only been in Simi Valley about 1.5 years. I come from a little mobile home park called Seminole Springs, which is in Agora Hills. And on the evening of November the 8th, 2018, the Woolsey fire jumped the 101 freeway and took out 110 of our mobile homes, and I was one of them. I lost everything. Everything. It took me 2 years to come to Simi Valley. I lived with friends. I lived with my son. I lived sort of a nomad type of a life for 2 years until I decided I wanted to settle down again. And I ended up finding a mobile home park in Simi Valley called the Crest. Now, that hasn't been mentioned tonight because we're a very small mobile home park, but we're right on that solar thing. And my little mobile home butts right up against that metal structure. Anyway, one time in April of last year, one day in April, it was hot, it was windy, and the Acorn newspaper had just arrived. And the headline said, "No fire, it's hot. It's no barbecues, no decorative fires, no..." And one of the things it said was no welding. And it also said that a spark could fly almost a mile in this wind. So I thought, well, that's rather frightening. So I looked out the window of my little mobile home, and on a flatbed truck that was being risen off the ground was a man with a shield over his face, and he was welding. He was welding a connection of that metal stuff, and sparks were flying. I just couldn't believe it. I thought, I'm going to lose everything again. If a spark landed on my tree or my shed or my roof, I have to start over again, and I can't do it again. I just can't lose everything again. So I wanted to find somebody that was on that property that I could speak to. I was ready to go around the thing, around the street, and find a boss, somebody. I don't know anybody's name. I know nothing. It's like a mystery. And he kept welding, and it turned out when the truck finally lowered and he got off the truck, I noticed what he had with him was a yellow little container with a hose on it with a little squirter thing that I'm guessing water was in there. So, by the time he got down and got around the street and to my place, if there was a spark, forget it. It's almost silly to think that would put out a fire. I've been in a fire, and it's a horrible, horrible thing. I lost my kitties. I lost pictures of my children. I lost my car. I lost recipes from my German mother who collected. Anyway, I won't go on anymore with it, but fire is a scary thing. And for him to be welding when he shouldn't have been, and a boss that didn't say anything, I was disappointed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. For the record, we had Lori Mills who wanted to speak but had to leave, so she is not going to speak, but she is in opposition. So now we're going to turn the time over. Comments from staff regarding statements made during the public hearing.
Yes, Chairman Tolson. First, I'll refer to my associate planner, Ms. Richardson. Do you have anything to add on your end?
No, I don't, Sean.
Okay. And Deputy Director Brent Seymour will respond to a couple of his items.
Commissioners, I just want to speak to a couple comments that Mr. Hunter had made, and want to speak clearly to the definition of a structure. You may have a different definition in the building code, in your municipal code, and the NFIP, the National Flood Insurance Program. The NFIP works from the Code of Federal Regulations, and in that, a structure has to have a roof and 2 walls. So a carport structure is not a structure in the NFIP. In fact, that works for like pole structures in agricultural areas. There'll be just the 4 poles holding up the structure, and it's not for floodplain management considered a structure. There were comments as far as a calculation. Just for my own purposes, I asked a calculation to be done to just see what would the few poles cause, and that was 1/8 of an inch. Being in hydraulics, that post would have an influence a couple diameters around it. So within about a 3-foot diameter, the water would be affected about 1/8 of an inch. These posts were, I believe on the plans, about 36 feet apart. So they're really not cumulatively affecting anything. So as your floodplain manager, as a certified floodplain manager, I feel that there isn't an issue as far as this being a structure would require us to implement anything in the NFIP regarding this project.
Thank you very much.
All right, and a couple clarifications or comments I'll make. This is regarding the tree type. That was proposed by the applicant. The commission has the opportunity to review the conditions of approval, which calls out for that tree type. A lot of times in the past, we deferred the final tree type to the city's landscape consultant, where the condition could direct the city's landscape architect to work with the applicant to come up with a tree type that meets the dimensional requirements, the height that's desired, the zone that it's in, rather than the specific condition, which I think is C1, which calls out for that tree type in question. That certainly could be modified if that's the remaining issue. To clarify one of the commissioner's comments, the 5-foot wide landscape area is a requirement for the side property line, and that code section 9-64.060 B4 regarding the site parameter for mobile home parks. I'll just read it. All exterior common boundaries shall be screened by a decorative solid wall, fence, or other comparable device at least 6 feet in height, with a minimum 5-foot wide landscape area provided along the inside of the perimeter screen, including 15-gallon or larger trees planted no more than 30 feet apart. So in this case, the applicant is proposing additional trees of a larger size closer together, but the minimum is 15-gallon trees no more than 30 feet apart. And the purpose of that is to fill in that landscape planner, which is currently, as you saw in many of the photos, there's no landscaping there. So with the modification request, installation of the trees could help with screening, but it's not per this code a requirement to screen carports or solar panels. It's a requirement to screen the existing mobile home site from the exterior property. So whether there's a carport there or not, that's the purpose of the screening. Again, the purpose of the item tonight is a modification to the plan development permit. This is a plan development permit approved in the early 70s. The entitlement is a modification to the plan development permit to allow this accessory structure, or to consider this accessory structure, which includes solar panels. And I'm sure the commissioners might have some more questions, so if there's any other clarification, I'll be here to answer.
Thank you very much. Would the applicant like to respond to any of the comments regarding statements made during the public hearing? I'm assuming the answer is yes. Come up as a team if you'd like.
Couple things. Thank you, Brent and Elizabeth, for clarifying the issue with the yard setback and the floodway. We have, I believe, we comply with the requirements of the watershed protection district as well. We have actually the client, the owner, obtained a permit from Watershed Protection District for this facility before we went to the city. So they have actually been permitted for that purpose. One of the people was questioning whether there was a carport, and definitely is a carport. And the sewer issue was resolved, I guess, some time ago before I was even involved in the project. There were some comments about the sewer damage that had been done. That was all resolved and so forth. One member from the HOA next door asked about the integrity of the existing retaining wall, and the structural engineers for the facility have shown that it actually will strengthen the wall, not detract from it. And they can show you that opinion from a structural engineer. And one thing I'm a little bit questioning, I know a couple of commissioners have asked about whether we would meet with the neighborhood council, and I don't want my client, Mr. Williams, to be painted with a brush that he's not willing to talk to the neighbors or anything. That was my decision, and so I'm open to, if this body would like. I mean, I think the owner would be happy to meet with the neighbors and go over any kind of compromises that we could come up with. We don't want to be bad neighbors. We don't want to cause grief for the neighbors here. And again, I agree with Sean, is that the tree thing is, it's up to you guys. As far as I'm concerned, as far as I understand it, that this council or this commission can recommend a different kind of a planting along that way. And one of the reasons I talk about that is the meeting with the neighbors. You know, we have to meet the fire code in terms of the height of the structure. And I haven't looked at it, but there may be a way to lower the ground rather than lower the facility as well, in addition to the ground. So I'd like to maybe explore that a little bit if we could give the opportunity, and maybe could come up with a compromise that would work for the neighbors. So, all right.
Thank you very much. Oh, part two.
Part two, I'm officially back for my second round only, according to the rules and regs. So thanks for putting up with me. This is my first time in front of a council. So thanks for hearing it and having it. A lot has been said tonight on all sides or both sides of the project here. And I just want to do my best to address a couple of those issues. Number one, it's not a solar farm. A solar farm is 10 acres or more. And that's just a title that's been thrown out there. For whatever it's worth, it's not. This organization, the mobile home park, my organization, the engineering folks, there's over 100 people involved in this project as far as getting the permits, doing the engineering, following the rules, following the law. Because it's been said that we didn't do it right and we didn't follow the rules and go about what we needed to do. So not only did we ask the city on two efforts, both the engineers and both ownership asked the city, do you want to be involved? And the answer was no 2 times. Go see HCD, go see HCD, so we did. Now, we had reason to believe that that was the right way to go. Precedent was set in that we already did 2 projects in the park with HCD's permitting, engineering, and rulings. And we just followed what we were supposed to do. We're rule followers. We're law followers. We're permit followers, and we pay our dues and do what we need to do to make the project happen the right way. Otherwise, we're not in business. But as far as property values are concerned, it was mentioned many times, they're taking a hit. They're not. I understand it may not be as pretty at the lower level, but it may be even a better look. Instead of looking at RVs, those RVs are actually going to be covered with a solid structure. So I'm just saying maybe that's beauty's in the eye of the beholder. So we'll just leave that one there. But to reiterate what Richard said, Mr. Doss said, in regards to watershed, because that was brought up as to whether it's viable, and another engineer had shown his study, and watershed studied this thing up and down and researched it up and down. And I'm not a technician, and I'm not a watershed consultant, but they looked upriver, they looked downriver, and they looked at worst case scenarios, and they issued the permits. So they are looking out after the best interest of Simi Valley residents, and we've gone through that process as well. One other thing is that the consumption that the solar panels are going to produce will only offset what's going on in the park. It will not exceed. Edison doesn't allow that to happen. So it'll give the people that pay electricity in that park protection from rate increases, so to speak. So there's rate protection to a certain extent. Other than that, there was a comment made how it does not help SCE, how it does not help the grid. And my understanding is I've been in the solar industry for eight years, and the kilowatt hours that are produced by the solar structure are an exact relief to the power grid itself, potentially cutting down the risk of outages. And we're all talking about outages. You guys are in the fire zone. And to Jimmy's point, if there is an outage and we have a safe haven for 274 citizens of the mobile home park to be cool, to be safe, to run fans, there are more people that are going to benefit from this project than are not. So you look at just the park itself, that's right. You look at the park itself, then you look at the surrounding community and citizens, even people in the development behind, maybe one step closer to not having that outage because this system has created enough kilowatt hours. So I just want to say thank you again for your consideration, reconsideration. We will continue to follow the rules, the laws, the regulations, the permitting, and the procedures as we always have, because that's the only way to do it. So thank you again. Have a great night. I think we'll make it out before midnight, if all goes well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If there are no further questions, we will close the public testimony portion of the hearing. Are there any comments or questions from members of the Planning Commission? Vice Chairperson Rice.
With your permission, Chairperson, I'd like to ask the applicant one question.
Please.
If that's okay, sir. I just one question for you really quick, sir. Are you saying that you're going to put battery storage there as well as putting the solar panels in? Because that's not in our packet. I didn't see that. That is. Okay, he needs to say it so it's on on the microphone. He can say it, or you can go up, either one.
Yes, that is part of the proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Was that the only question? Commissioner Hodge.
Yeah, I have some questions of staff. Specifically related to fire, the number of conditions that were included in the staff report with respect to fire leaves a question that I have as to whether or not they've considered the following. So the way this thing is designed, as I appreciate it, is it's covered virtually 100% of the ground. And there's no open spaces, as I can see, once you go in, except for the south side where, that abuts the Arroyo, which is where most of the parking apparently will be. The north side, which will be open once you get past the neighboring wall and will be blocked to a degree by the trees that are anticipated going in there. So if the fire department wanted to come around the back and utilize an attack for if there was a structure fire to the north side, they're going to have to contend with this sort of driving into an interior structure type thing. Or if there is a fire from an RV or some other place inside there, there's a fire, you've got this fire lane, but it's covered. You've got this area where the RVs are, but it's covered. You've got this area on the south side that is open at 14 feet, but you could have RVs there or other vehicles there. And you've got the north side, which is potentially blocked off by fencing or by trees. And then the ceiling, which is created, you got this 5-foot opening, but once again, it's got trees in it. I didn't quite appreciate what, I thought, and I looked at this at first, I thought, solar panels on parking areas, just like, at the school in the city and et cetera. And this is nothing like that. This is substantially more of a, like driving into a grocery store. I mean, you're inside, and to get out, you got the door, but you're otherwise pretty jammed in there. I'm curious if fire, the Ventura County Fire District really appreciates, by looking at these conditions, what it is that's anticipated to be built. And I was curious, whoever it is that worked with fire and if they had those conversations with them.
How's the best way to answer this? So the project was, the project plans were routed to the fire department. They did review them, and they produced those conditions. So in my conversations with them, trying to, as we reviewed the project and, sharing with them about it being covered, they did not verbalize concerns. Rather, they did provide those conditions to staff for inclusion in the project condition list.
Were the plans that were shown to the fire district similar to the plans that are included within tonight's staff report?
They're identical.
They're identical? Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't, until I went out and saw this thing, I didn't see in the plans, or at least I couldn't interpret in the plans that this is what this was all about. And it would shock me that fire wouldn't look at this and say, I mean, if there's a fire inside that area, the smoke, the difficulty for the smoke to get out of there. I mean, it's something that I would have loved to have seen. I would love to have somebody from the fire district here to address this, because to me, I wonder. I mean, I really wonder about that. About whether they really understand it. What about there was a question that was brought up by one of the speakers about whether or not the north end of the project is really the front of the project, as opposed to the side. Whether or not it's one whole parcel, and whether or not, if you looked at it as one whole parcel, the entire project, that would make the north side the front, versus the analysis that we have in the staff report, where this is the parcel, here's the opening on the east side, and therefore the north side is the side yard.
Elizabeth, do you have the overall site plan? That might show the whole park. Okay. Yeah, this, the prior speaker provided a red diagram around the park boundary. This project has been developed starting over 50 years ago, and previous approved site plans do not specifically call out front, side, rear yards. So looking at this site, we take the approach as a traditional front yard is the street frontage, which in this case is the Rory Lane cul-de-sac, which is a private street. And that's where we measure our front yard setback. And with that determination, the perimeters to the left and right of Rory Lane are considered side yards, and they wrap around the perimeters. So that's the determination staff made with this application.
Okay, so that I'm understanding. So this is the front, this is the back, and all the rest of it is side.
The rear yard was not determined with this specific request because we did not even go around to the south end of the property. We identified side yards. That was the area in question, so we really didn't analyze the true rear yard
All right,
per
so,
definition.
Well, setting aside the rear yard, since that's not really an issue. So the way that we're being presented this is that this is the front, this, and this are the sides.
That's how the project's being presented tonight, and that was my determination.
Okay. And after the presentation by the gentleman who spoke to that, any thought of whether or not that needs to be looked at again?
Every site's different. Each site has unique characteristics. I understand where the gentleman's coming from because in certain cases that is a definition of a front yard. Here we're looking at an existing developed site with lots of nonconformities, and we have a public street right there, and we feel it's a good analysis of how that is defined. And if you look at other situations where existing uses, parking in front yards is not allowed, structures in front yards are not allowed, and there's some existing structures in front yards under that definition. So there's other nonconformities involved, which we evaluate. Now, I would have to probably provide a report of some sort to define the true front yard, because there's several definitions of setbacks, yards, side, rear, what are yards, and to properly provide that to you in a more scholastic approach on these multiple definitions we're basing it off of. I can't verbalize that completely without taking another hour.
Okay, but the short answer is based upon what was presented, is there an interest? Are you sufficiently comfortable with the decision that was made, or would you, based upon the additional information or the information that was provided by the speaker tonight, wish to take another throw at that, just to support yourself, not yourself, but to support the position of the city with respect to that question?
I'm confident with my determination.
Okay. Taking a look at, and this is another sort of, I was taking a look at, under mobile home parks and subdivisions, permit requirement, the mobile home park or mobile home subdivision shall require approval of a planned development permit, which I suppose is what happened back in 1972. I'm sorry, this is subsection 5. We have so many subparts in our code. 9-24060. B5. mobile home parks and subdivisions permit requirement. So it says, shall require approval of a planned development permit. And this is what's being addressed tonight, correct? Modification?
Right. There's difference between subdivisions and mobile home parks, but I don't know if that's the exact section.
Well, yeah,
Again,
it says mobile home parks and subdivisions.
oh,
not-
yeah, right.
Okay, all right.
So that's,
Now, it also says, or conditional use permit. So I take it that a conditional use permit is not required if a planned development permit has already been issued.
yeah, and there's a use matrix. If it was a brand new park, table 2.2 references.
Right, so I just wanted to ask the question, this particular proposal doesn't open up the question, doesn't open up the issue of whether or not they're required to have a conditional use permit, or if the planned development permit in toto could be reevaluated.
Yeah, this would not be a conditional use permit. It would be a modification to a previously approved plan development permit, as this is considered essentially an accessory structure of size which warrants a public hearing.
If we could see the slide again, I think it was the second slide in, or maybe the third slide in the staff report that talked about the findings that were needed for the commission to come to in order to approve the project. I'm sorry, approve the application.
That's the one.
Okay, so the project is consistent with general plan and zoning regulations. Project is consistent with the city-wide design guidelines, and I thought that's where we were told that screening was required. Did I mishear that? And that's what the trees were all about.
The trees help with the screening, that's correct.
All right. And that the project will not impact the public health, safety, or welfare. Very good. You can take that down. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to just to add, Commissioner Hodge, if you wanted the actual findings from the code, I do have those available to put up on the screen, if that would be helpful.
Sure.
I have the verbatim.
Yeah,
findings,
sure.
If
That'd
that
be
would
great.
be helpful. Okay, thank you. These are the findings up on the screen.
All right, in this particular project, there is no specific plan, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any additional questions of staff right now, and I'll reserve other comments after everybody gets a chance to ask staff any questions that they have.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Gray.
Yeah, I've got, currently, is that space being used for RV parking right now, or is that something that is being added?
The area in question was approved as our parking and recreational vehicle parking.
Back in 1972?
Correct.
And so I guess my question is that if we're going to have a covered structure, covered structure with solar panels, and it's basically solid structure with open walls in a sense, as I think Commissioner Hodge mentioned about, fire, or somebody mentioned smoke escaping. All of a sudden it popped into my head also is that it's right next to the Aurora, and a lot of times when you've got parked vehicles for a very length of time, sometimes things wear out, rubber gaskets, whatever else that dry up, and I'm concerned about leakage of oils or gasolines or fluids, and is there anything in that parking structure to capture those so that it doesn't just run into the arroyo?
That would be a question of the applicant and the construction building safety side of that. HCD would actually handle the construction end of it. That's not a particular zoning code requirement for drainage runoff sort of thing.
Am I right? It's been used as a storage for this type of vehicles for many, many years.
Yes, pre-existing facility.
Okay, it's just nothing's there now because of the construction.
That's correct.
Thank you.
No other questions?
I have a real quick one. Staff report page 6, item 2 at the top, center of the paragraph. And I apologize for not asking this earlier. It says in the middle paragraph after 9-52050, it says the photovoltaic panels and support structures are of a design that is consistent with the mobile home park development approved and permitted by the original plan development permit. That was back in 1972. I'm really perplexed at how anything like this could have been considered back in 1972.
What page were you reading?
Page 6,
Thank you.
top of the page, item 2. And then it goes on to say, all improvements are within the existing mobile home park property and distributed landscaping will be replaced. In addition, new trees will be installed on the north side of the RV parking area to help screen the solar carports from the residential neighborhood to the north. This is a fact that's supportive of the identified plan development in identifying whether or not this meets the city's codes and requirements. This project is in full compliance with development code and the municipal code in that, et cetera. And that's specifically used as a method of supporting the conclusion that it's in compliance. But I really was curious about that center sentence. I don't really expect an answer, but I was just curious how it got in there.
Okay.
I think it's more, maybe not the best worded, but refers to the table below, referencing the code requirements for the height, the setbacks, et cetera.
Okay. And I have to admit, I'm still perplexed about why this isn't an above-ground utility. So structure from a utility, I mean, it's electrical production. That's not utility. I understand generally we consider it air conditioning units and et cetera. But I mean, if this isn't an above-ground utility, I don't know what is.
Okay, we got Vice Chairperson Rice.
Ms. Richardson, I'm sorry. Do you have an aerial view of this that might show the closest houses on?
Right there.
I forget the name of the street. Is there anything that's closer by any chance to the?
Not in my presentation. Would it be helpful if I
Can you zoom?
escaped out of this and opened up Google?
That'd be great.
Google Maps?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be perfect, actually.
What portion of the site would you, oh, my apologies. It's on the wrong screen. There we go. What portion of this, of the
If
area
you could
would
go
like me-
to Juniper Court right there. Zoom in a little bit. Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted. Okay, I was just concerned if anybody looked at the height of that first house on Juniper Court, the one with the solar panels. How high up are those solar panels that are facing south? Does anybody know? The height of the building? I'm asking the question because if trees, whether they're this tree or Italian cypress, which we don't like, or whatever it is, if those trees grew that height, would that interfere with this person's solar?
That was not something that we studied as part of this application.
Okay, because I'm worried about the neighbor being impacted, not just visually, but actually financially through his solar panels. I'm just curious. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
If you want, you could defer that to the applicant.
Commissioner Gray.
Sure.
Does anybody on staff know what the dimensions are of a 15-gallon? I mean, I remember when I got because we had no trees and had to bring everything in. I remember these being quite large, but maybe I'm thinking 24-gallon. Anybody know how big those trees are?
It's 15-inch, right? It's the size of the box, or is it 15
It's
gallon?
15 gallon.
Yeah, it's 15 gallons. How big is that? Is that a 15-inch box?
Depends on the tree species.
When I was out with our landscape architect today, he explained to me that a 15-gallon plant is approximately 18 inches wide.
How tall?
Okay. I'm not necessarily at the height at this point because we know these trees are just going to get to be whatever. But I mean, I guess my question is that, or if they're going to be planting these on center, and you've got 69 inches supposedly between the neighbors on Juniper and where the solar panels are going to go up. So assuming that they're going to plant on center, that's 34.5 inches. And if the structure is at 27 inches approximately from the back wall, that means you get 7.5 inches to center. And if they're 18 inches, then how are they going to be planting these when you've got basically a metal beam going straight up? So if a tree is planted, you can't really plant it on center, and it's going to end up having the tree going around this beam, splitting it, as well as you've got these poles. So I'm not understanding why are these poles at 27 when the solar panels, that's 42 inches before where the solar panels are going to be, that's almost 4 feet. So why are the neighbors having to deal with a structure 27 inches as well as, I don't understand how you're going to plant.
The public portion is gone. We're talking to staff now.
I could take this. Commissioner Gray, this is the proposal the applicant presented, and as you've heard today, they are in a precarious situation with construction already underway, and there are, I don't know if you could tell exactly on the plan, but there are horizontal beams above that 5-foot planter area.
Right.
And in addition to the columns.
Right.
And
They go pretty much right where the columns are. Oops, sorry.
certainly, if the commission moves forward with this request, that would be a situation that could have to be looked at if the structure isn't moved out of that buffer. But I would certainly recommend that perhaps based on the testimony tonight, that the conditions be adjusted to have them submit proposed plans to our landscape architect for a final tree size and type, which would fit the proper size and spacing to comply with that buffer area without addressing the solar rights that Commissioner Rice was referring to, the spacing so they're not squeezed together too much, and come up with a solution that way. Staff is not the tree expert. This is what the applicant proposed. Any final tree type ultimately goes to our landscape consultant. So that's usually how we address it, because her and I aren't arborists or tree experts to that extent.
Wonderful. Commissioner Hodge?
I don't have any further questions.
Okay, we're going to clear this. We've got some potential compromises offered by the applicant as it relates to tree usage and placement, even potentially optional height and level of the ground versus the structures going across. Is there, I'm not sure that we have a a position to move forward, or we can continue this so that they can actually do what they should have been doing before coming back here with some options?
I can tell you what if I had fairy dust, what I would sprinkle and hope that would happen. I would hope that the applicant would not withdraw rather, but agree to continue the application process, to go back and revisit a lot of the issues that were brought up here tonight, that they would address questions about height of the, if there's a possibility of reducing the height. I don't know that there is a possibility of reducing the height, but you take a look at this project as a whole, and it's a very aggressive project. It is a project that dominates the entire area. It is a surprisingly, I don't know, you want to use the word monstrous, but it is big. It's a heck of a project. In my mind, the staff report makes clear that there are things in the process and the analysis and deciding whether or not the project should be approved that go to things such as screening of the trees. I have very severe doubts that, I mean, the way this project comes to us, and it's how the project comes to us, we're not up here as a super body trying to fix everything on the fly. It's the project comes to us. The way this project comes to us, I don't like it. I mean, I'll explain why. It has nothing to do with whether or not I like it. And I'd like to start off by talking about some of the things that aren't part of my consideration, so I can focus down on the findings that are part of my consideration. I don't have a first clue what the HCD looks at when they approve projects. I don't know what their criteria or their consideration is. I don't know if they provide notice to homeowners. I don't know if they do anything that would provide what somebody would consider to be due process. I don't know why they approve this. I don't. I mean, we don't have anything. I guess we could have asked for HCD's, approval, but to a certain extent, not really, because they're the ones who made the decision. They're the ones who asked us to take a look at it and to decide whether or not it met our requirements. So that's the call of the question for us. Does this meet our requirements? And so we spent all this time, and thank you everybody for coming down and sharing your thoughts to try to understand whether or not it does. So other things that I didn't consider, or I'm not prepared to consider, is I'm not considering the benefits of solar. I'm not considering the benefits of whether or not the status of the construction. It's already partly built, so gee, we should consider that. No, we don't. We are required to take a look at the things that we're required to look at, and those aren't part of it. So yeah, I think there's a lot of benefits in solar. I wish this project was as simple as I thought it was when I first opened up the staff report and go, somebody's putting solar panels in a parking lot. Great. And then you get to start diving into it. You start realizing maybe not so great. And then you go out and you take a look at the project and you think, my heart just sank when I came out and saw that. Because I really wanted to approve this. And I saw this and I thought, come on. So setting that aside, then we start taking a look at the staff report and talking about whether or not it meets the plan development requirements, et cetera, and this whole thing with the trees. And I think that they came to us with a proposal that it wasn't poorly considered, it wasn't considered. So, which is different than poorly considered, because at least then you made mistakes in your analysis, but I don't think there was any analysis. Somebody said this tree goes north and that it grows this much wide, and it's like, great. But what about the considerations about this tree, which is going to get no sun whatsoever once it gets to the height of the solar panels? Everything south of it, below it, is going to get no sun whatsoever. The applicant talked about trimming the trees back so that the solar panels wouldn't be impacted. Well, okay, that makes some sense, but I mean, at what cost to the harm to the tree? Are these trees going to live? If they don't, then they're going to create a fire hazard. It's a health and safety issue. So if there isn't a proposal that is workable, that makes sense, that even has colorable, gee, this might work, then we get to this issue about, okay, fine. Then I look at this and I think that, they've made a terrible mistake. They came here and said they wanted these kinds of trees without thinking about whether or not any tree would work under that circumstance. And if it did, what it would look like above ground. I'm sorry, above ground, but rather what it would look like above the panels. And I'm dubious as to whether such a tree can be found, and if it can be found, what that would actually look like. Because even if you've got you know, if you could import some sun and, you know, to the lower parts, these branches that are on the bottom, you've got to cut them off. Otherwise, you're infringing on the fire department, you know, access. So I would assume that the fire department would say that you've got to keep this area clear. It talks about in the staff report in the conditions from people parking in the fire lane, but it doesn't talk anything about keeping the branches out of the fire lane. And they would interfere with the fire lane. And then once they get up to the top, the branches start going into the people's yards. And now, is that a health and safety issue? I don't know. I doubt it. But all the other issues are health and safety, and whether or not these trees die or not is an issue of health and safety. And whether these trees are effective goes to the question of whether or not they're effective as a screen, which goes to the question of whether or not it complies with the plan development requirements, which is part of what our considerations are tonight. So I just don't think that the proposal is approvable, that it just can't be approved. Now, at the same time, the applicant has indicated an interest in revisiting a number of issues. The first one, of course, is consulting with a landscape architect to see if this is even doable. Not which right tree was good. There's 100 of them. I don't even know that there are any of them. And absent having that information, that evidence, we can't make a finding. I can't make a finding. I can't speak for my colleagues. I can't make a finding that it even exists. If it doesn't exist, it's not approvable based upon what I just discussed, for me. It sounds like the applicant would like to take the project back and take a look at as many of the considerations as possible. Maybe taking a look at some of these the photographs and the videos of how these things work. I'll tell you the ones that I'm most concerned about, which I think are just terrible, are the people who have the mobile homes on the north side. Those homes are so close to that wall, and they've got a single, story there, and these branches ostensibly could cover, I don't know how wide they're really going to get, but are they going to cover part of their house? Is it literally going to cover part of their, they're 9 feet back? Is this tree going to create a canopy over their house? Is there any indication as to the amount of debris that these trees leave? The degree to which they have sap and they're a fire hazard? I mean, there's just, the analysis here is just so poor. And then I look at this, now, and the application, not staff report. The application is so poor that I look at this and I say, I can't make the findings, those four things. I can't make the findings that this application meets the requirements that HCD sent them to go get, that it doesn't meet our requirements. I would love the applicant to reel it back in and say, okay, we weren't ready for prime time. And we've seen this in a number of things. As a matter of fact, Commissioner Rice and I were talking about a project that we looked at some years ago at the corner of Madera and First Street, the Seacrest property. Oh my God, did it have faults. And they went back and we identified them. And then they came back, they got their A-team to look at it, and boy, oh boy, they came back with a much, much better project. And I would love to see that happen here. If it can be improved, Mr. Dorn?
Doss
was kind enough to say that they're prepared to look at it again. And I think that's wonderful. And if that's what you want to do, I think you should march up to the microphone and say, I'd like to take a look at this again, continue this hearing to a date uncertain, and let us take a look at these issues. That would be my fairy dust, if you could get that done. If that's something that you want to do. Now, that's not for me to decide that you can do it. I don't know if the commission has to make that decision. I think they do, or to approve it. But I can tell you this, based upon what I see tonight, I'm going to vote no. But
It sounds to me like the writing is on the wall that if we continue and have to make a decision tonight, it may not go in your favor. Having said that, at this point, you're welcome to step up to the podium and make any kind of request you'd like.
I'm all for it. Thank you. Yeah, I would appreciate the opportunity to address your concerns and whatever other concerns that the commissioners have. I mean, the fact is that we only have 4 commissioners anyway, so it's a 2-2 would be a denial in that circumstance. So, yeah, I'm all for for the opportunity to make it better and meet with the neighbors and come up with some kind of solutions that may be more acceptable to everybody.
I appreciate that, Mr. Doss. Does that sound good? Okay. I would recommend that it may not have been 2-2, by the way.
I'm sorry, say again?
So what we're going to do is, based upon your request, we're going to continue this to a time uncertain.
Very good.
And then you've got a video recording of this proceedings and all the requests and comments that have been made. Obviously, the staff here is going to be very helpful, continue to be helpful.
Absolutely.
Ms. Richardson, Mr. Seamers, and obviously Mr. Gibson.
Absolutely. We appreciate that.
Can we continue, though, with some of our comments? Because I would like for all our comments to be taken into consideration.
That's-
Although, you know, Commissioner Hodge does a
I'll
fantastic
take
job.
all your comments.
Go ahead
sure.
and sit down and take notes.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gray.
Oh, my turn. Yeah, I am pretty much in agreement that, you know, this is a project that it does feel that it came to the city council or planning commission that was already in process and was trying to make the puzzles fit. I am concerned about the spacing. I'm concerned about the neighbors on the north. I did go through and take note of how many people were speaking, how many people came from, is it Briar community, versus the mobile home park on the south. And so it seems as though most of the concerns, even though I was driving on that south side, and I was shocked that if I was on that south end, on the other side of the Aurora, it was like there was no place to even put a barrier because you've got the concrete Aurora and then a chain link fence. So anybody on the south side has to do their own due diligence to put some sort of a barrier up to block their view. I would like to see also the neighborhood council being not just the residents in that area, but to go through the neighborhood council process like we have set up for the city council. I think it's extremely important because you're getting people from the community, not the entire neighborhood council, not just those in that area that will come up with their own conclusions and recommendations. And they've, you know, we sometimes have agreed with them, sometimes we haven't agreed with them, but it's a really good process to get that feedback, and people from the community as well, outside of their neighborhood council, can also listen in. I think they can speak. They can't vote. So I think it's really important to listen to that. You know, the concerns about the trees, you know, something that's going to be under a 16-foot canopy. I have got a hill, and they planted ground cover, but then I put up trees because I wanted my privacy in my backyard, and all the ground cover died. So now I'm trying to figure out what do I do with a shaded hill and not have any sort of ground cover. So, you know, I'm looking at bark or something that's going to stop any weeds. So I have to agree that I would like to really see some sort of a solution on how you're going to have something grow under a 16-foot canopy. You know, even my side yard that has issues. I'm a big environmentalist, so when it came to the solar, I thought this was going to be like an easy solution, that I was going to say, finally, we've got some solar situations, because I am in favor of solar. I did like the lady's comment. I didn't catch her name because I wasn't completely paying attention, but she mentioned that there's another property that may be a better solution as well. I think that is something to also consider, that something that's along the railroad tracks, where again, we didn't get any photographs of it. I drove through on my motorcycle, so anybody that lives in the community, I'm sorry, because I kind of got myself stuck. Sorry, I was a little noisy. And it's a nice community, although when I went to use the motorcycle parking spots, they were taken up by cars, so that was a little disappointing, so I had to take up car parking spots. It's a nice community, it's quiet. I was upset with myself that I brought my motorcycle because it was around 4:30, and I figured everybody was probably getting ready for dinner, so I do apologize to the neighbors on that note. And those are my comments, thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other final words?
Just one thing we never talked about at all was the clubhouse, which is part of this project, and nobody's mentioned it at all. So I think that that's not an issue, or I don't think any of us have brought that up. So I'm assuming we have no issue at all with that.
I agree, I concur.
Yes, it's internal. I'm not concerned about it.
So do you understand that as a part of the project, we had the RV structure and the clubhouse as part of one project. If you're going to do some modifications, you don't even deal with the clubhouse, because that seems to be in process. That's okay. Sure. Exactly.
Yeah, I only saw one house, and I actually had my measuring tape, so I was measuring distance, and I was trying to.
On your motorcycle?
On my motorcycle.
She was driving by.
She was texting while driving.
Yes, I was on my motorcycle, and I had my measuring tape, and I just hit the brake. But it just seems like there was just the one house that was affected, and it's pretty much like a carport, like people, like the government center and things like that.
So it seems like there's some challenges we've had, especially thinking you had approval from HCD, not having approval from HCD, not, trying to go to the city and get permits and all that stuff. So it seems like, there's been challenges all along. You had some assurances what you thought was going to be good, and that you didn't need to do things that happened, and here we are where we are today. So what I'm looking for now is a motion by a commissioner for a continuance. For the date uncertain. Actually, the public testimony is over, but we can, after we're done, there's lots of questions you can ask. It's closed. We shouldn't be talking to you.
You stick around, or you can call tomorrow to speak to Mr. Gibson.
Well, I would move for a continuation of the matter until.
Date uncertain.
Date uncertain, yes.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Gray and a second by Vice Chairperson Rice. Can we call for a vote? Do we vote? Should we have, yeah.
If the lock is in blue, that means it's taken.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you all for your participation. I think your participation affected what we're discussing tonight, and I think it's going to be a positive end result for everybody. Okay, we will continue. Does staff have anything to report?
No items tonight, Chairman.
Do any commissioners have anything to report?
I don't have anything to report, but I have a suggestion that we, in the future, bring up landscape buffers and also setbacks for carports or solar structures such as this.
Can we keep, if you want to discuss things, discuss it outside. We're still conducting business. Please. I'm sorry, can you say it one more time?
It was to bring back to the Planning Commission discussing setbacks and landscape buffers for solar structures or carports like this. This type of
Mr. Gibson?
We could do that.
Awesome.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any other commissioners? Mobile Home Rent Mediation Board, we've talked about that tonight.
Actually, would that also include, I'm sorry, just for clarification, would that also include like getting a proper definition on what is front, back, sides, and above ground utilities? Yes.
That's a different question. Absolutely, that's up to Mr.
Can we
Gibson.
please address those issues as well? The above ground utilities and what constitutes a front, side, especially in these types of situations where you've got a project or a community, but then you're also looking at individual lots. Similar to the gentleman that brought up the Big Sky Place, those two units where it was a very similar type of situation.
Yeah, those sound like three different subjects. We could certainly address all those.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back to Mobile Home Rent Mediation Board. Does the staff have anything to report?
No items tonight.
Tree Advisory Board, does the staff have anything to report?
No items tonight.
And is that our next date?
Although, Let me back up on the tree advisory board. Just
Yes.
a heads up, we are going to city council this month for another year of Tree City USA Award. I believe that's coming up at the May 16th.
Beautiful. So this concludes the meeting of May 4th, 2022. The next scheduled meeting will be May 18th.
That's correct.
May 18th, 2022. This meeting is adjourned.